for being here. And welcome. You're in the right place if you're here to learn about Commons Impact Metrics. If you don't know what that is, if you want to learn about page view metrics specifically. Yeah, there's no microphone here, sorry. So I'll try to speak up.
There are microphones over there. I don't know if you can turn them on.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe.
Does anyone know more about this equipment?
Someone does, okay.
I couldn't have come at a better time.
Two stops to Pelican.
Either one better? Oh, I think it's on.
Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, hey, hey.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. It's day 2, but for some odd reason it feels like day 1. So just, I'm going to have to be quicker than I had planned. There's some links in my slides. You can go to this bit.ly which says State of Stats WCNA if you want to see my slides. This was the general outline. I just want to give a little bit of history as context, show you the actual Commons Impact Metrics, which I might go pretty quickly through that, and then a tool that we've developed that applies it. So first I just wanted to start out by talking a little bit about why this matters. And to do that, I wanted to play just a couple minutes of former archivist of the United States, David Ferriero, giving a public talk and show you how he talks about the value of archives and digital collections and communicates impact.
Well, sort of going for the archives as destination, what about one of the things I think has been really great in your tenure there is how much more you expose the archives online. You certainly by
Dominic.
use of social media, as Barbara referenced on the blog, and about your blog, is sort of one way of sort of sharing about that.
Whatever you hit before, it was like showing a thing on the side.
Yeah, it was. Is there a way to increase the?
Yeah, you're doing it right now.
I'm doing it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was like, what's
It becomes
happening?
louder when more says it, so
Okay.
I'll start the meeting. Is that good?
Well, sort of going for the archives as destination, what about one of the things I think has been really great in your tenure there is how much more you've exposed the archives online. Certainly by your use of social media, as Barbara referenced in the blog, and about your blog, it's sort of one way of sort of sharing about that. But there's sort of 2 programs I'd like for you to talk a little bit about that I think have really made an impact on bringing the public record to the public. One is the Citizens Archivist program, and the other is the Wikimedia in Residence. So maybe you can talk a little bit about both of those programs.
Sure. So as you know, as those of you who are here on this campus know, research libraries, academic libraries have been in the digitization business for some time, from the mid-90s. And I think it's safe to say, and I use the model at the New York Public Library, when the digital library at the New York Public Library was created, it was created as the 5th research library, not as integrated within the entire span of the New York Public Libraries. And that's the way we built digital libraries back in the 90s.
I'm just here for 2 spots.
Where you expected people to come to you to find these wonderful treasures. And what I learned in my time at the New York Public Library, when we hired a young hotshot guy who helped us create the digital experience at the New York Public, is you got to find out where the people are and get your content in front of them. That's how you get the people to get the eyes on your content. Don't expect people to come to you, find out where they are. So, like,
Thanks, appreciate it.
Sorry, I don't think they were expecting the first stop is not going to be
Yeah,
University of
thank you.
Pennsylvania, Penn State, or Duke. It's going to be Flipper. So, what can you do to get your content? So that was a lesson I learned at the New York Public, which I brought to the National Archives. So we've been experimenting with. I thought I did that.
So this is, we're making it more and more transparent for you here.
So, and I have to read you these stats because I'm just, okay. So, we've recently created an Office of Innovation, and they've been helping us work through some of these, placing the content where we think the people are. And the head of my chief innovation officer sent me this morning a snapshot of 2013. There it is. In terms of impact. So I just want to cite some of those figures for you. Okay, so in 2013, so far in 2013, about 550,000 people have come in through our public catalog. Okay? We've had about 870,000 views on YouTube. We've had 22 million hits on Flickr. We've had 40 million hits on Facebook. We have 4,000 articles in Wikipedia that have National Archives material, records from the National Archive. And we have had 1.3 billion hits on those records. So that's what I'm trying to do, is to get our content out there where people see it, use it, and can grab it and use it in any way possible. So we're exploiting all kinds of technologies.
Okay, sorry, that was a little tedious, but hopefully you got the point that, and that was obviously, those were 2013 numbers. It was a different time in the federal government. But the point being that you know, these numbers matter because that's the basis on which, you know, the partners for this movement communicate their value and secure funding. That was the head of a federal agency, and he pulled those numbers out. And I was the one working at the National Archives that got those numbers for him. So I just want to quickly go through some history. This is the beginning of Wikipedia. Back in, I call it the hobbyist era. Back in this time, there really weren't stats. And if there were, it was just for fun. People like, you know, recording the top editors, things like that. And so in the beginning, there were tools like WikiStats, if you remember, this is what it used to look like, or the stats.grok.se. These kind of still exist, but this is like in the beginning what things looked like, and it was just based on database dumps that the Wikimedia Foundation put out, and even access to non-public data that developers had. And we met here in New York in 2011 for a GLAM camp, and one of the first things when the GLAM community, which is galleries, libraries, archives, and museums, started talking about engagement of cultural institutions, metrics was one of the big reasons, because as you can see with what David Ferrier was saying, metrics are the big selling point for institutions, but that means it was also a pain point at the time. And this is us in a room. That's baby Dominic, and there's baby Richard is in here. Some other people you might recognize.
Baby Liam.
So the very first tools that were developed at that time that were aimed at cultural institutions and partners in particular. This is a screenshot of Baglama. And the idea behind Baglama was that it would take a category, take a snapshot of all the things that were, all the images that were in the category, and then from the monthly database dumps that the foundation published would calculate the aggregate of all of the articles, views that used those images. And it was great for what it was, but community driven and very kind of unreliable. But it worked. The next thing in the history in 2015 was the development of the Analytics Query Service, AQS, which had a media request endpoint. What this means is you could take any image and query for its views, which is great, but also had its limitations. I built some page view tools using this, and I also run a bot that has uploaded over 7 million images to Commons at this point, and so it would take literal weeks to query every single image and get this data. So it's great in theory, but in practice, no one really ever adopted it for their tools, and Booklamma wasn't running on it. And so we got to a point a couple years ago where Booklamma is now 12 plus years old and still the only tool that everyone's using, even though it's no longer really maintained. And so that's where the Commons Impact Metrics project came from. There was a lot of community discussion and kind of forcing the issue, and these are each links if you're interested, but I won't go to them. But what ultimately the foundation in around 2022, 2023 decided to really put a renewed focus on Wikimedia Commons, and as part of that also decided to revamp the metrics tools. And so I was also lucky enough to be there at the WikiConference in Montevideo in 2023, and this was the first feedback session for design for the new Commons Impact Metrics in the room there. So like between 2022 to 2023, there was a lot of actual movement from the Wikimedia Foundation. And that was actually part of the reason I wanted to have this talk, because if you were around for that whole decade prior, and for all the kind of complaining that we did from the community, you might still have the notion in your head that metrics are bad. So I kind of wanted to spread some good news and talk about the current status. So this is the Commons Impact Metrics page. The formal launch, there was a diff post in July 2024. Diff is the Wikimedia blog. So you can find that link in the slides too. And what Commons Impact Metrics is now, and I will just say, I'm obviously not a Wikimedia developer or representing the foundation here, so I'm describing my experience as a user of it. But it's a set of API endpoints, and the data also is published as a dump, which provides the raw data. But the thing that was really the main innovation and useful for the purpose of stats for for cultural partners and batch uploads is that the foundation is doing the category-based snapshots and providing that data over the endpoint. So you're not doing a million queries, you're doing a single query to get the data that's already been aggregated for you. There are a couple of things to know about it. You have to have already added the category to the tool. You have to make a request to do it. And it's only showing page views, which is not the same metric as media requests, which we could talk more about, but that would be a whole other talk. So I want to, and I will just doing too much demo because we're short on time, I just wanted to show you. This is the page for Commons Impact Metrics, which is on the WikiTech wiki, and you can from there click the blue button there to get to the documentation. And if you're ever interested in actually exploring it, this is interactive documentation for the API. I know not everybody wants to figure out how to do API querying on their own, but just to show you, from each of these different methods, so for example, getting the first one, getting a time series of category metrics. If you click this, it will allow you to pre-fill and see an example, so you don't have to actually run a query of your own, and you can hit try and get the response. So for here, it's showing the results for the category on Commons for Gallica, and then the stats are here. So there's 48 files in that category, or all the way down, there's actually quite a few files, and then this is like you can see per month, so there's a timestamp on each of these, so you can see the change over time. And you can change this to put in a different category if you want. So you can fully test it out just in the documentation. This is a functioning tool. It's very reliable, and I could go through and if people have questions, we can talk more about each one of these. The main thing to know is for the purposes of our tools, mostly we're relying on the time series of page view counts for a given category. And so you can put in a category like the image is uploaded by X museum, and get all of the page views across all of the Wikimedia projects for that. What I want to show is what we've done with that. So the Digital Public Library of America, which is who I work for, developed a tool for all of our partners. Like I said, we've uploaded 7 million files. We work with over 400 institutions. So this is a real need for us, and just presenting, API outputs is not useful for people that want to consume it as more of a dashboard. So we developed this tool with the help of the Sloan Foundation, which is available to all of Commons users, not just our partners. And you can get to it with this little shortcut to com:/views, if you know how to do shortcuts on Wiki. And I'll go there in a second, but just quickly, the logic here is that by applying a template, we have a bot that will file your request for you to add that category to Commons Impact Metrics, and then the bot will update the data regularly and display it as a chart like this. So this is what it looks like, and I just want to show you, there's over 600 categories currently using the tool. If you click on any of these, and I will
He's
click on
gonna
one,
stop in 3 minutes, and then Mark, I told Mark they each only have 20 minutes,
images
so
in it.
he's not gonna have time
You'll
for
see the
questions.
pastel
I'm gonna
box
tell
there
people
that
to
says
ask
page
questions
views for this
later,
category.
and I'll have to do the same
And when you
with Mark, and
expand
we
it,
should catch up by
that's when you'll
11:30.
get all of the data there. And this dynamically updating chart. So all of this was not possible, really, before a year and a half ago. So that's kind of really what I wanted to show. This is based on using the new tabular data system on Wikimedia Commons. We're also utilizing the new chart extension on Wikimedia Commons. So a lot of this is kind of new functionalities that didn't exist until very recently, and I think it's all come together and allowed us to have this powerful tool. And I will skip there because I just wanted to end there. Again, thank you to the Sloan Foundation for funding the work that we did, and of course the Wikimedia Foundation for their developments. And yeah, hopefully it's actually like a hopeful message about stats. And maybe we have a couple minutes for questions. No.
No. You're.
Feel free to
You have
talk to
1
me.
minute,
Okay, if there's one really good question.
Is Mark here?
We're replacing Mark. Today.
Oh, okay.
So it's actually, we're gonna kind of merge this and the next one together.
Oh, okay, perfect.
So we might be able to catch up on some time there.
Excellent. So,
I was wondering, are people opting into having structured data at this point on Common? And if so, do you have any data, visualize the data using structured data or the stats on usage of?
Yeah, I mean, there's not. This is about views mostly, and so there's not. I will say I don't think there's great tools for analytics of structured data on Commons, but although we have someone here who might have a better answer.
There's like a very basic like usage of structured data. The report that's run weekly or something and comes out. We can show you, but we can probably do better.
Do you feel like people are opting into adding the data or is it still a little
I'm sorry, but would you guys mind taking your conversation just so we can start the next session? We're a little behind on time.
That's my talk. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Folks, we have a few more seats here on the aisle, in the third and the first row up here.
A lot of stuff in the second row over here.
Yes, second row. Thank you very much. If you guys have a microphone, you guys have a microphone. I don't have to. If you guys don't mind just passing it.
Yes. I'll run over there.
Checking.
there will be a site
Okay, you know how to choose right.
Hi.
Are you monitoring?
No, I'm the tech. Well, for the moment.
Okay.
Yes. What do you need? Anything?
I'm just the monitor.
Oh,
And
good.
I was just
I'm the AV team downstairs
Yeah,
here to
I
troubleshoot.
just my stuff.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Library.
I'm here to actually, Mark was supposed to present, but unfortunately couldn't make it.
Mike's not working.
Yeah, it does help to turn it on, doesn't it? So Mark couldn't be here today, unfortunately, so we're going to do our best to try and replace him. Today we're going to talk about the Wayback Machine and some of the milestones we have reached with the Wayback Machine and some new technologies. Since this is only like 15 minutes, we're going to not talk too much into it, but we're...
It's still hard to hear you.
Volume.
Yeah, you're gonna have
There you go.
It's just gonna have to be very close to your mouth.
Oh, my apologies. Oh, there we go.
He's adjusting the volume. Speak normally.
All right, let's try that again. So we're just going to briefly talk about some milestones and new things about the Wayback Machine in archive.org.
Okay.
First off, we're celebrating a really huge milestone, and that is we have more than 1 trillion pages archived. And we are archiving more than 1 billion URLs a day. So that is huge. And so we're also working to build a democracies library, which is basically a compendium of government research. Governments do publicize research, but they're not as easily accessible as they could be. And so the Unit Archive is working with the various governments around the world to bring that information into a more accessible state. Or in other words, make it more easily accessible. And then we also have end-of-term archiving partners and programs where we archive the...
So every 4 years, around presidential election here in the US, a bunch of basically organizations get together and plan how to archive the federal government in sides. Okay, they'll plan the scope, collect seats, and different partners will contribute in different ways. Internet Archive, for example, is generally one of the biggest crawlers that we run. There will be some other partners who will be doing crawling, but others will contribute in other ways. And that data is then made publicly accessible to researchers or anyone who wants to access that. Generally, materials in the Wayback Machine are accessible from Wayback Machine, but this is one of those instances where, since it's gov data, we make it the raw data available for bulk downloads and all. And here we are talking about, this year we have collected about 2.5 petabytes or so material available. It's a huge amount of data. So yeah, that's, I think we are making it available from Amazon, what they call it, public. So they have a program where they have a public data sets that they serve from there. It's because we are moving a copy there so that people can download it faster than downloading stuff from Wayback Machine or the Internet Archive. It's generally slower. So that's the end of term archive we're talking about. We have been doing it for last many terms, and we are still finalizing the data move forward.
And this is actually a very important thing to do, especially with the current transition of our administration from before 2025 and 2025. We have an example of NASA under the Biden era, and then we have that same page today, gone, scrubbed. And so COVID.gov, for example, this was what you saw back in 2024 and before, and then when the Trump administration took over, this is what you see today. Same thing goes for teacher and education resources. The left, right here, in the yellow, you had search results, and in the blue, you have nothing.
So one thing to note here, in Wayback Machine, there is something called changes feature, where you can select 2 versions of a web page, and it will show you diff view basically. So it's like what was removed, what was added in the 2 versions. So this is one of those.
Which you see another example of right here. We have the COPS page. So this is basically showing you the changes after the administration changed. This one wasn't completely removed, it just had content change, and it just highlights. You can see the highlights of anything that's changed on that page from 2 snapshots. And we also have quite a significant amount of coverage on the news regarding preserving everything that the Trump administration has now scrubbed from their government pages. And it's a very important thing because we have a lot of health data that's now missing from the CDC. We have a lot of science pages and educational materials that are now missing, and we are working hard to make sure that that information stays accessible to everyone that relies on it. And that moves us on to the next topic, which is expanding our links to other resources. Otherwise, we call this project the Turn All References Blue project. And we started with adding or making sure the links on Wikipedia remain accessible and verifiable. The low-hanging fruit was looking for broken links and then adding archive URLs to them to make sure that the references still work. And then our next job or task was to see if we can take book references and add links to those. And so any reader or researcher that would like to use those references or verify the content would only have to click on a book link, and you can see an excerpt of the book to verify the claims that are on the Wikipedia article. We also have archive. We are archiving X-posts with context now, since we've had a history of weaponization of using out of context posts that were archived to claim one thing, and so we have a little nice yellow banner on the top that also provides community notes for each post, and I'll let Saul explain this one a bit more.
Yeah, so generally, we are a library, right? And library's job is to preserve things, even if the original material is gone from there, right? Which means sometimes people make inflammatory material public or say out things that when there's outrage, they take it back or something like that. Not necessarily talking about this in example, but it happens all the time, like in web pages and posts and stuff like that, social media posts and whatnot. So we might have archived those. Now, even if the original source is gone, material is available from the Wayback Machine, and people can basically share that. And that basically makes us, our platform kind of gets weaponized and used for the purpose. We are now becoming a medium to spread that thing, right? So in situations like that, if there is any kind of context, it could be community notes, it could be experts doing claim reviews and stuff like that. We have collections of those, and we attach those, so when things are played back from our platform, the extra information kind of is put on top, so people know, yes, they are seeing something that may or may not be present on the live web, but there is more information around that, and those who are seeking to explore that further, they can go beyond that.
And so between multiple automated processes, including Internet Archive Bot and some other automated processes, we have added archive URLs to 28 million broken links across 450 plus MediaWiki-driven wikis. And on top of that, we're also, as I mentioned earlier, we're trying to turn citation books blue, which is adding links to book references. And so here's an example of what you can see here. You have the Martin Luther King page, and on the bottom you have a citation, a book citation, and included is a nice little link. When you click on, takes you to the Internet Archive reader and shows you a sample of the book with the passage that confirms or verifies the content on Wikipedia. And then between automated processes and editors, we have about 4.2 million links to books and papers from archive.org. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So big milestone right there too. And so we're also trying to get ebooks to do the same thing. We want to add links to references inside ebooks, so you can just tap on a citation and it takes you to the source. Why? Well, we have this wonderful, practically AI-generated book here called Deadly Choices: How the Anti-Vaccine Movement Threatens Us All. And every .gov URL is now dead. So if you were to look at any of the URL on that book, you couldn't access it anymore. So the idea is to be able to make those links accessible to go straight to a Wayback Snapshot instead. And I'm sorry, I was thinking about another book. It's not an AI generated book, my apologies. And so I'll give you this.
So here is another kind of a new cool thing that we are working on. We're seeing this announcement for the first time, I guess. We call it Ask Me Twice project. everyone is talking about AI, right? And there are many out there, many players out there. So what we are doing here is we have set up a process and a set of questions, and those set of questions are still evolving. And we run through those questions on all these AI systems to ask that question and see what response we get. And we preserve that, okay? And we do it repeatedly, okay? So the plan is to have like a longitudinal data on how AI responses change over time for those questions. Currently there are a lot of challenges because accessing these pages, sometimes they will block us, sometimes the whole page will not render properly, or if we have archived well, it won't play back properly. So there are like technical issues that we need to address. But in general, the idea is to, if you're asking the same question to the same AI bot twice, how consistent they are in the responses, right? And some of these AI bots also, of course, use web searches as their part of tool set. So that is also a way for the responses to generally change over time, right? If you're asking about, oh, what's new going on in New York today, right? If you're asking this question again and again, the answer is expected to change every single day, right? So that's the idea, Ask Me Twice project.
And that pretty much wraps up the presentation on behalf of Mark. There's a lot more content, and so the shortened URL, if you wanted to access a bigger slide deck, you can go to that URL and see a much more comprehensive overview of a lot of the things that goes on in the Wayback Machine and archive.org in general. We are open to questions.
Is the Internet Archive still open on Fridays?
So if you're talking about the physical location in San Francisco, yeah. I think generally yes, unless there are reasons not to open it. It is open on Fridays, and on Fridays we have a special lunch in kind of walkthrough thing that happens every Friday. But for that, if you are in town on Fridays in San Francisco, RSVP someone at the Internet Archive, and they will accommodate you. And you can go there, have lunch with us. They will have some kind of music or some other performance there. And someone, most likely Brewster Cale, if he is in the building, generally he does that. If not him, then Mark Graham or someone else basically will walk you through, will take you from one floor to the other and show you, oh, these blinking lights are representing every time someone downloads from the Wayback Machine, or that, you know, all kinds of cool things you'll experience. So yes, that continues to be a practice. By the way, I got a few stickers, not a lot, Wayback Machine ones. And since we have completed 1 trillion web pages, I'll be happy to share those with you guys. Any other questions?
Don't forget that after the presentation, the tour, you get ice cream, so that's also very important.
Yo, I gotta go.
Just one.
I have a question. So you said you archive all the information, for example, about the Ask Me Twice project. So you archive all the outputs given by various, LLMs. So say there is a researcher who's interested in doing some archival study on that. So do they have access to those information if they want to study?
So this information is still in making, right? When there will be sufficient amount of data available, we certainly plan to make it available. Otherwise, we will not be doing it, right?
Okay, so you don't plan to do it like at this time, maybe?
So right now we're still kind of testing the system, and as I said, there'll be login walls and other kind of bot blocking measurements in place. Our system is not performing, not quite there yet where we would like to. So once we have something more solid going on and we have sufficient amount of data, we'll be happy to share. Yeah. So at this point, I will see if the moderators allow more questions. But we are happy to answer sometimes.
Yeah.
Let's do like 4 minutes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
Yeah, yes.
So I'm coming at this as a scholar researcher who has, for example, a very big Zotero library and also a data project that has many URLs in it. Is there an easy way to call for, do a match check of which of those things are in the Wayback Machine, but also to like give that to you, and also became aware of Archive Box in the last year. Is that a Internet Archive project? Because that lets you kind of save that in and then also click over to send things to the Wayback Machine to you.
So Archive Box is not an Internet Archive project, but I think they do use us as one of the backends where they send some data over. And they might use Save Page Now feature that we make available from the Wayback Machine, where you can go archive any URL. Checking stuff like what is present in the Wayback Machine, we have something called Availability API, where you can check one URL at a time. We are happy to help on that. The only request we usually make for researchers, generally they have like data in bulk, and we say, use our system, don't abuse it, and be kind to the infrastructure. The thing is, patience is gold. If there are trillion URLs you are trying to check, it is going to take some time. Don't make like 2 million requests in parallel, please, right? Because we have infrastructure that is serving everyone else, so your system will start getting blocked, basically, using automated means. As long as us accepting data from third parties, one of the problems is provenance. Like if we start accepting, say, WARC files from random people, they might flush that and make the content change, and now that goes to Wayback Machine, our platform is distributing that. So there's trust issue. But if there are parties that there is genuine trust chain, like organization to organization or some other means, we can accept bulk data set, and that will be case by case basis, obviously, and we can make separate collection and add extra information there. So when people are accessing it, they can check that every time you play back a page from Wayback Machine, at the corner where there is like the archival banner on top, there is something called about this capture. When you click on that, there will be a drawer open, and that will tell you which collection it was part of, when it was collected, and who collected it, and stuff like that. So that is some means how we make people aware, like even if the content was not collected by us, where the trust lies, basically. So yes, there are, if you have a lot of data sets, let's say in databases and all that stuff, there are automated mechanisms you can tailor just to your setup to create WARC files as if it was kind of, crawled from outside and do it faster. And those can be injected into our systems. Yes?
Are you giving the next talk? Are you staying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have one more.
One more.
All right, go for it.
Are you doing anything actively to ensure your stuff is logged in, say, approaches files that have been deleted?
I find it difficult to hear. Could you please repeat?
Are you doing anything actively to ensure your archive stuff is in search engines?
So he's asking about whether material archived in the Wayback Machine, do they get indexed in search engines and are available from there? Generally not. We don't do any active effort on that. And search engines know us, they use us, and they generally try to avoid surfacing that material. So here is my understanding, goes like this. Archives are better for longitudinal study and for researchers and all. Search engines are more tailored toward recency. Okay, things are more precious there when it's like what just happened now, right? So they try to have more fresh content, and that's not something that you find in web archives. Also, web archives are generally slower in performance when it comes to loading pages. And search engines will have like a big hammer for slow pages, right? That said, we do have full text search indexing capabilities in our own system. We don't catalog everything. We don't full text search index everything, because that will take a lot of resources. But we isolate individual projects. For example, we might have full text search indexing for end of term project. We might have something for like all the Gov PDFs we have archived. We might build like a full text search index for those. There was poetry.com was down for a while. We made an index just for all the pages of poetry.com so that people can go to Wayback Machine and perform a search there and find their favorite poetry. So we do these kind of efforts. All right.
And just before, I just wanted to re-stress. I had confused the book that I have on display with something else in my mind. I just don't want to give it the bad rep. This is not AI generated. I was thinking about something else that was generated by the Robert F. Kennedy, which had hallucinated URLs in it and everything.
Yeah.
This is not that.
Right.
Okay. Sorry about that. And with that, we'll move on to the next presentation.
Thank you.
So we'll be around after we talk that over. We'll talk to
Hi, I'm a volunteer for the next session. Cool. We call it the program support.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Do you know how that works? Are you a volunteer?
I was
AV guy.
I just no. I was covering for someone else, but we're there was a delay. We were on time once again. We had this halfway wrap up.
You guys will
placards.
like
yeah.
7
This
or
one
8 minutes
this
over
one just
time, right?
just closed.
Yeah.
We're starting the next one. This and these placards. I'm not sure what the reserved one is for, but generally we're trying to keep up time because this was one cut short.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
For this one, should I cut it at 11:55?
Yeah, for questions, 5 minutes for questions, and then we go for Loreva, who's sitting right there.
Should I cut it completely at
Yeah,
11:55?
at 55, it's for 5 minutes questions, and then the
Okay,
next
so it
one.
should
Yeah.
go to 12 basically.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll cut it at 12 then.
Sure.
Do I do anything with this?
No.
Okay.
It's just here for keeping with this one.
Okay. Are you gonna stay here or are you gonna leave?
I have to go. I have to go wherever I'm needed. So.
I don't have to do anything with this?
No.
Okay. Just leave that alone?
Yeah, just a...
Okay. It's gonna show the slides and everything online. It's all set.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning again, guys. Just pretend that I wasn't standing up here the last 30 minutes.
Nice to meet you.
So this is actually
I'm running back and forth, but if you need anything, feel free to ask me.
Today.
Sure, sounds good.
We're presenting on behalf of another person, C. Green, whose work we're going to be highlighting. Some of the work that runs behind the scenes that Internet Archive Bot does is actually not directly Internet Archive Bot, it's something else. You might know a user, Green C, on Wikipedia. He inhabits URL requests a lot. Yeah, he does a lot of semi-automated work for things that Internet Archive Bot can't do on its own autonomously. So we're going to talk about that today and just cast some light on some of the work he's been doing. And so, starting off, we have the problem of link rot. Everything on Wikipedia needs to be verifiable, but links are constantly dying. And between the 450 plus Wikimedia sites that we operate on, there are 614 million external links across them. And so that's a lot of URLs and that's a lot of potential failure points. So link rot is a really big problem. And so we have 3 primary tools, and one of them you're pretty much familiar with. It's Internet Archive Bots. So we got the Internet Archive Bot logo. And then we have Wayback Medic, which is made by Green C. So it's basically the same, it does the same work as Internet Archive Bot, but it's more of a semi-automated process to handle harder edge cases that the iBot cannot do on its own. And then we have a third tool set, which is called LAMP, which is where we link book citations. So starting off with Internet Archive Bot, as mentioned in the previous presentation, it's currently operating on 450 plus wikis. It's been in operation for 10 years now, so it was initially started doing its work back in May of 2015.
Are those only Foundation wikis?
So yeah, 450 Foundation wikis. There's also some external ones. That brings the count up to about 462 wikis, all in total.
About, okay.
Yeah. And in its lifespan, iBot has managed to rescue more than 25 million broken links. So the 28 million I mentioned, 25 million is done by Internet Archive Bot directly.
So we would have asked you to clap on this one, but you have already did that in the last presentation. 5 million broken links fixed by the Wayback Machine that would have otherwise broken, and those references would be rotting.
So we also produced a nice handy-dandy little graph of the bot's performance over the years when it first started working. We started tracking back in 2016, early, and as it started to expand out on wikis, its yearly rescue rate started going up. Yeah, it's a big wow. So the bars represent the number of wikis it's made edits on, while the line represents the cumulative number of links it's been rescuing over its lifetime. So the bot's workflow is fairly simple. It goes through every Wikipedia article one at a time. It looks at the URL. It checks the health of them, and there's like a 3-day waiting period between each check. It's got to fail 3 checks to be officially considered dead, and that is because, you know, sometimes websites just go down temporarily. I know someone forgot to renew a certificate or something. Things happen. So we don't want to prematurely mark them as dead and start rescuing them when they're still very much being maintained. And then once we figured out which URLs are dead, we look up the archive copies as close to the access date as possible to make sure the content is as close to the time of access as it gets, and then we just add the archive URLs to those references. Easy peasy, right? But we also have some edge cases. We have soft 404s. iBot can only handle that in a limited sense, and so we need more robust tools to handling soft 404s. Those are pages that display not found, but in the terms of the header code, it responds with a 200 OK, which tells the machine that the content is available. So obviously not very intuitive for the machine reading it. We also have redirect issues where pages will get moved, and when they get moved, they don't leave a redirect behind, which is, I mean, I don't know why you would do that, but people do that. Or sometimes the redirects go nowhere, or you have also bot blockers in place. Cloudflare is a prominent one. Cloudflare has a very sophisticated anti-bot firewall, and so in those cases, you can't accurately assess a website, so you can't tell if they're dead or not. And then another big one is usurped domains, which is the domain goes down, somebody else buys it and puts, I don't know, gambling or porn on it or something, and obviously those need to be taken off of Wikipedia in those instances. And then they get often blacklisted on the spam blacklist as well.
Yeah, so this is where some of these other tools come into play. So there is Wayback Medic, right? And the way that operates is first someone basically reports on WP : URL request or URL rec. That's the page where people list, this link seems odd, or the material is broken, or it's not working, or something like that, right? And that page actually gets a lot of requests. So the operator will then look at it, investigate what's going on, what can we do. Again, if it was a straightforward, here is a link A, it's broken, and link A is archived in the Wayback Machine, so let's kind of bring the Wayback Machine copy. But these are situations where it is not the case, okay? In the reasons that Max just mentioned, right? So then the operator will look into that case, kind of diagnose it further, look at the symptoms and what can be done. Do we know any out-of-band knowledge about that particular domain or situation? Based on that, there will be some kind of custom rule-based, setup put together, and we ran and tested, executed multiple times, verified until it looks like it's working fine. So generally, this works in batches. For example, if materials from, say, whitehouse.gov, suddenly the administration changes and everything is changed. But what happens is there is for example, when President Obama, as you go to the next term, the copy of whitehouse.gov at that time is moved to say President Obama whitehouse.archives.gov or something like that. There is a separate domain where the whole material kind of goes. And we know this because we are in that field and we know this behavior. So if we realize that, we can say, oh, you know what? All these links that are saying so and so in this time range on these scopes, we can just replace this host name, and that will immediately fix a big bulk of URLs which would otherwise be broken. So there are like rule-based actions taken on this one. So that's the Webmatic. And it's been operating for about 10 years as well, and it has operated on more than 1,000 different domains, which in return fixed about 3 million URLs that would have otherwise been broken. So, yeah. And of course, all these claps are going to the person who built that tool and is operating, not me.
So give kudos to Green Sea. That's his username on Wikipedia. He's my counterpart in this entire endeavor.
Yeah, so soft 404 was a term mentioned kind of briefly, like, you know, most people know 404. Actually, more people know about 404s than 200 OK, right? Because that's a kind of terminology that you see in news. So 404 is kind of a broader term where if there is a page that you are looking for, if the resource is not found, the server responds with, oh, this material is not found. So what you see as a human, that text makes more sense, but under the hood, HTTP has a bunch of status codes. So there are 200, 201, 203, 204, like things that are in 200 range. They are considered good ones. They have different purposes, each of those. Then there are 300 ones. They are redirects, basically. 300, 301, 303, and so on. They have all kinds of redirects. Then there are 400s where the client is at fault. And there are 500 related status codes that are server's fault. So we're talking about 404s, which specifically means this is specific thing that you're looking for is not found. Sorry, right? Now, what sometimes these servers do, in the text they will say, yeah, the thing that you are looking for is not found, but the machine readable status code that they are sending is 200 OK. So if you have an automated process and you don't have like a language model that understands what is in that text in numerous languages, right? You'll be relying on that HTTP status code and you'll consider it to be okay, but that's not the case. So that's the soft 404. Generally, this term is used for not just 404s, but all kinds of other error pages as well. So that's kind of detecting that becomes tricky. And we have some heuristics that we use to detect those. So one category where we kind of classify things as soft 404, that would be interesting here. Say there was a deep link, like, you know, example.com/foo/bar/ an article title or something like that. Now that redirects to bar.com, just the root page. It kind of tells like, okay, there was a deep link, there might have been an article, and now the domain basically bought by someone else, or there's like an umbrella configuration that kind of says, all the traffic that is coming there, just send it to this new domain, please. Then it is likely not about the same topic that that article was talking about. So even though it's not technically soft 404, but we classify that as one class of errors, and we consider those pages not to be great, okay? And there are some other strategies that we use to figure out like what is an error page, and that also involve like machine learning based string analysis and all. Then redirect challenges, as we talked about, so sometimes there will be like missing redirects. The page has moved to somewhere else. There was some research where they said pages generally don't die, they just go somewhere else, right? So sometimes we know broader moves that we are aware of, how some sites kind of restructure their things. They change their CMS or the software that is under the hood that kind of sometimes changes things. Sometimes it will be just a different policy. So I remember the university where I came from, cs.odu.edu used to be computer science department's homepage for a long time, and at some point they decided, oh, that's not very cool. Let's make it odu.edu/com/sci. Okay, so that ran for a few years, and then they changed it again, odu.edu/computer-science. Now that's the new cool one. If you try to find copies in the past of that new URL, you'll not find it far back, right? So these kind of behaviors, if someone knows what happened, they can go back and fix bulk, things in bulk, right? So there are inferred sometimes there'll be like a URL restructure happens. Then inferred redirects, where we are talking about, you see some URLs from that domain, and you saw some pattern like, oh, let's see, this one doesn't have .html at the end, but this one does. Maybe let's try to remove that. Does it work? It's kind of hidden trial happens there. And there are archived readers. So this is basically, the actual page is not redirecting anymore. The domain might be dead or something like that. But when we look in the archival records of the Wayback Machine, we see some pattern for those domains. Like, oh, these URLs are going there, that URL is going there, that URL going. So when you do the bulk analysis, you figure out the common patterns there. All right. And this is usurped domains, where, as you described, like the domain was basically drop cached and it's hosting something else on that page. So what happens is like, when this thing is detected, there is a status in URL that's called URL status equals usurp. When that is done, Wikipedia's rendering engine will not allow people to follow the link. So the link will be there under in the code, but you won't be able to click to go there. So because it's a tiny site. Now that was a feature that existed in Wikipedia. What this tool does is it started to utilize that feature a lot. It started tagging a lot of those domains that are actually usurped. It has started to mark them. Okay, so that was a big contribution of this tool as well. So there's a TED.com case study, right? Someone posted on wp:/URLrec about TED.com, and it turns out like, okay, so this TED.com/talk/.name.html goes to 404. So the operator looks at it and realizes, oh, if you remove .html, it starts working. So they then basically put some rules in place, and it impacts like 1,700 broken video links across Wikipedia. Suddenly you fix those many, right? So it's a real example. And in this particular case, basically, we checked about 3,000 pages and moved 1,786 links to a new URL. 207 were normal redirects and so on. I don't want to go through these statistics, these are just numbers, right? You could take a screenshot of that. So then there is human in the loop, right? So this is semi-automated. You don't blindly run like, okay, it feels like, yeah, this is what happened and let's do the whole thing. You basically, you make changes, operate on it, and verify it. Once you are happy, if not happy, make some changes, run it again. It all happens locally. Once you are happy with it, then you commit those changes into the system. So
the next project we have is LAMP, which we're going to just quickly talk about. LAMP, meaning Linking Archive.org Media Project, aims to match Wikipedia citations to digitized books and journals on archive.org. And we do this by various means, such as just straight up ISBN matching, but we've also run into cases where ISBNs just don't match properly because there are indeed illegal ISBNs out there. If you know, you know. Then so there's also fuzzy matching, to doing particular keyword matching to try and find relevant content related to the reference or just the book. And then there's also just full text searching. They're all very heavy. Those are very heavy processes, so they take some time to fulfill, but they have turned out some good results. And all this does is we're just trying to enhance the verifiability of Wikipedia's references while trying to respect copyright. The workflow of LAMP is very straightforward. It iterates through each book and journal citation template on each page on Wikipedia, and then it just does the same lookup process. Similar to, the workflow is similar to the other bot process, and it does the lookup by using none of the matching techniques that I just mentioned a moment ago by referencing it against the Internet Archive, and then any links it finds, it will directly add that to the reference by means of a clickable link. LAMP runs on 80 plus wikis, and it has been operating for the last 5 years and has been able to enhance 1.5 million references so far on those wikis.
That includes EN dot?
Yes, but a little less or so on ENWiki due to we decided to shut off for some time on ENWiki for reasons.
Is it on Commons? No.
Top secret reasons. No, yes. We is it? That's a good question for Green Sea himself, which he'll be happy to answer in just a moment. But we did have to we did shut off on ENWiki. We do are planning to roll out on ENWiki again, slowly and carefully. We just want to. The last time we were on ENWiki, we had a bit of a conflict with the community, so we've done some work on our processes a bit. We've done some work on our processes a bit, and we're going to try and roll out again to be more carefully this time around, because the main goal is we want to make the references reliable. That's all we're trying to do.
While listening to every voices, and we do appreciate people when they come back and say these are the issues with our processes, we listen to it and we try to improve on it. Yeah.
And that, with that being said, so we just in I can't talk, guys. So basically, all the bots, Internet Archive Bot, Wayback Medic, and LAMP, they all contribute to the greater ecosystem that we call TARB, which is whose main goal is to just be able to preserve knowledge and access to all of the knowledge that we have that's out there, and we just want to be able to make sure that anything that's claimed can be easily verified, and that anybody else can easily verify it for themselves, and overall that the trust in Wikipedia's referencing and trust overall is just strengthened in the process.
So a pop quiz, if anyone here can tell the full form of TARB, they will earn one sticker of Wayback Machine.
Go for it.
Turn on references blue.
There you go.
Oh.
Turn on references blue.
But all in all, so we're operating on 450 wikis, or more than 450 wikis. We've enhanced 1.5 million references with books and journals and other publications, and we've overall fixed more than 28 million broken links on these wikis. And we are now open to questions.
Yeah, I have exactly 3 questions about LAMP. One, will it work on a plain text citation, or does it need to be in template book? 2, what do you need from us as editors to make LAMP work best when we're putting a citation in there? And 3, is there anyone we can yell at on your behalf on ENWiki? Because I love yelling.
All right, I'm gonna announce this loudly because Green Sea is actually listening, and so he can respond. Oh, and the answer to your question on comments: no comments. So the first,
Yes, right.
So it uses templates. So the first question was, do you need plain text or do you need sitebook templates? I believe you already answered. You need templates for LAMP, so you need the sitebook templates. The second question you asked.
Let's make it much easier, because when you fix one, you now know how to fix a lot more. Right? It's kind of more scalable.
I'm sorry. What was the second question
What
again?
can we as editors put in our citations to make them work well with LAMP? Like, what's the best practice?
What can we as editors put in our citations to make it work well with LAMP?
So while we might get official response, what I would say here is one thing we can do is, if there is like a community effort to standardize conventions around there, for example, how we cite this, like is it last name, comma, first name, initial, or something like that. The less information there is in the citation, the harder it becomes to find a matching record somewhere else. And some of the more, for example, ISBN or ORCID or other identifiers that specifically identify an object, DOIs, for example, if those are available, if people are kind enough to put that in the reference, it makes things much easier for us to find in other places. My name is Saud Alam. If I write Saud Alam, there is less ambiguity. But if someone makes it S.A. or SA or something like that, there could be many SAs out there, right? And so there are some things that I can think of.
But he writes one thing, include the ISBN in the template. That just goes a long way right there. I personally, from what I've seen, ISBN 13s are probably the way to go.
No, it's right.
Oh, and your last question is what was it? What can
Who
you
can I yell at to make sure links rolls out properly on Ian Wiki again?
So the question for Steve or for
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Did you finish with that question?
Yes, yes. And then
no, I was going to address the last one. Sorry. So the question for Green is, who can he yell at to make LAMP, run on ENWiki?
Meanwhile, you can go with your question.
OCLC number. Do you work with that? Because there's many things pre-ISBN we can put in OCLC numbers, and I just put it in OCLC numbers in.
So that depends. So Internet Archive's web, not talking about the Wayback Machine, by the way. Now the regular. Okay. So what happens is like there are some external identifiers in the Internet Archive objects. And it's like a very loose metadata that some people will put it, some people will not provide that information. So if it is there, we might be able to match it. If it is not, so for example, we support ARC IDs, right? Not every record has ARC IDs and whatnot. So it's basically you get whatever you get from the template and try to loosely match that in the Internet Archive's metadata. To find potential matches. Initially, there are two runs. In the first case, we use some keyword searching to get like not a million records, but maybe 50 or 100 or 200 matches coming from the Internet Archive, and then narrow it down to find better matches. Sorry.
So do you support OCLC?
He says he does not support OCLC, but he does try to match with author, title, and years.
Not currently supported? I mean, maybe, or not?
Are you planning to support
it?
How about time?
He's looking into
one
it.
More. Okay. All right, so we'll take one more question.
One more, and that's it.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I edit a lot of figure skating articles, and it has become the practice, the policy of the figure skating wiki project to include the archived from the Wayback Machine in the citation itself, because 80% of the citations for figure skating are on the internet, are on the web. So what do you think about that practice?
Proactive archiving, what I like to call it?
Yes.
I'm for it. A lot of people are not. So even if I'm for it, I have to respect community wishes. The community.
Our project says we do it for all of our works. So.
And so Russian Wikipedia and the Chinese Wikipedia do proactive archiving. So Internet Archive Bot is very active on those two wikis, for example.
But are we like getting in your way or messing things up for you guys by doing that?
No, not really.
Okay.
But we'd be happy to do proactive archiving on ENWiki if there's a consensus, and I believe that's all the time we have. Thank you, guys.
She said yes.
And I'm going to just see if I can look in my presenter, which I think I can. That's in my I have a copy.
Sure. I'm the room assistant. If you need me to pass out anything, rearrange chairs, let me know.
Thank you. No, just these.
Should I try to pass those out or just leave them here?
I don't know. Do you want people coming up? It doesn't matter to me. I think they can take it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've only been in
Especially doing somebody else's thing, like an hour.
Gentlemen, can you hear me all right? Okay, very good. So we're going to get started with our next presentation. My name is Deriva Belfiore. I'm coming to you from the Philadelphia Wiki Salon. I'm a retired librarian and a former New Yorker, now a Philadelphian. Okay, so we're going to get started. If you're interested, our business cards are here up front.
Oh yeah, this is a good one.
So I'm approaching this from a completely different perspective. That is that of the individual. Because here at the Philadelphia Wiki Salon, we do educational demonstrations aimed at people with all skill levels in Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects. Beginner, intermediate, advanced. All right? So I'm coming to you teaching about how you can archive websites using the Internet Archive tools today. And you can help preserve the internet, and we can do that together. So when I'm not editing Wikipedia, I like hiking. I like being outdoors in nature. So when I learned about this National Park Service Pride Guide about LGBTQIA locations in the United States, I thought, wow, I'd love to read this. And I went to click on the link, and the link was dead. So what can you do if a web page is missing or defunct? We heard our wonderful previous speakers talk about the Internet Archive and their excellent work. Well, you can search the Wayback Machine to find web pages. Now, I realize that many of you may already know this, but this is an example of a talk that I've given and has been recorded before. So the Internet Archive is archive.org. It's a nonprofit. It's creating an archive of all of the World Wide Web, and its goal is to provide universal access to all knowledge. So what it does is it archives websites and presents them through a viewer called the Wayback Machine. And as was described, they also collect books, audio, video, software, etc. So what the Wayback Machine attempts to do is archive websites and preserve them exactly as they looked on a specific date and time. Now, I'm going to use different words here that all mean the same thing. So web archives, captures, crawls, or snapshots are all the same things. Preserved websites on a specific date and time. So if you want to search for an archived web page, all you have to do is copy and paste that URL into the Wayback Machine search box. And I've done that here with the Pride Guide I showed you. So once you hit enter, the Wayback Machine will present you a calendar view of all of its available snapshots. And the calendar view shows with the little blue circles how many captures are available on different dates. The size of the blue circle corresponds to the number of captures it holds in its archive. always starts with the current year, but you can choose a different year from the scale view in the center. Once you find the date that you want, just click on the time of the capture, and that will bring up the actual web snapshot. So here is a captured website of that Pride Guide back when that website was functional, when the URL was good. And up at the top of the page, you can't really see it in my screen cap, is the full web archive link. And that can be used in Wikipedia, Wikidata, anywhere you want. Now, if you need to look at other dates, there's a little slider up top with purple arrows. You can go back and forth. And I think it's important to point out that the latest crawl date, or the latest snapshot, may not be the most accurate one. You may have to go back and forth to find the most accurate or complete representation of your web page. So, as our speakers previously mentioned before, the Wayback Machine has a compare feature. This is very similar to comparing two versions of a Wikipedia page, looking at the difference between revisions. Many of you would be familiar with that. Here with websites, you can pick two dates on a calendar of the two little colored squares, and then click compare to see the differences between those two, and they will be highlighted in color. So for example, thinking about the Pride Guide I showed you, in January of, in January of 2025, the Pride Guide was perfectly fine. By February, it was gone. So using the changes feature can help you identify when websites have gone defunct. Once you have the archive URL, which is at the top of the page, then you can copy and paste it. You can use it in Wikipedia, you can use it in Wikidata, and anywhere else you want to use that reference. So you know the date of the web capture is actually reflected in the URL itself. So for example, 2025-0118 is January 18th, 2025, and that's directly in the URL itself. Good thing to know, linked PDFs, like the Pride Guide, can also be preserved. So this is preserved as a PDF direct link that's found here, and you can use that in your citations as well. So, when we're ready to use it in Wikipedia, how do we do that? Well, this is how we do that. And I am going to talk about preemptive web archiving, even though it may be controversial. I'm going to do it. So, first off, we know that dead links can be specified in Wikipedia by setting the URL status equals dead, and then the archive URL will be the primary link to the resource on the Wayback Machine. But you can also, and I'm saying this neutrally, I'm not part of any controversy, links can be preemptively preserved if you specify URL status equals live, but you provide an archive URL in the site web template, and it will list the live URL prominently, but also have the archive link. So for all intents and purposes, that's an insurance policy, okay? So that's how you would do that in Wikipedia, and this is an example from the author Amu Joseph. You can also set archive web links in Wikidata as well if you work in Wikidata. So the property archive URL, or P1065, will track archive URLs. You can set the archive date, and you can even use the property archives at, which is P485, to set the archive name itself the repository itself and mark that as Wayback Machine. Here's an example from Lizzie Yarnold where you see this in action. Okay? So how do you like that so far? Pretty good? Yeah. All right, excellent. So now I'm going to show you how you can do citizen-directed web archiving yourself for free using any of the above tools, all from the Internet Archive, all free. First up, as was mentioned by our previous speakers, the Internet Archive has a Save Page Now page, and that is at web.archive.org/save. All you do is copy and paste the URL that you want to save into the box under Save Page Now. We recommend you click the button that says Save Error Pages. Then click Save Page. You will see the URLs being captured, and when it's done, it'll give you a little green check mark that says done. And down below on the bottom, it will say a snapshot has been captured, and here's the link. So here is another example from the author Amu Joseph, where I've saved a URL from India, and now I can use that as a reference in Wikipedia, Wikidata, or wherever I like. That's as easy, and that can be any modern browser. You can do that. Now, I'll tell you, there's a couple little optional settings I'd like to make you aware of, and please note that this talk is going to be posted. I'm going to post a PDF on the event page and on the Event Yay page as well, so you can link directly to it. Save Error Pages will help you troubleshoot. Save Screenshot will save a screen cap of the website. And there's options to disable your local ad blocker to make better captures. Lastly, you can save things in your own web archive, but that requires a free account at the Internet Archive with a username and password. Here's an example of such an archive. This is my own web archive. This is publicly visible, and you can add and curate your own web archive, add and remove your captures as you wish. You can also share them on social media and share them via email. Next, you can set a browser extension to do this for you. I'm going to today use the Chrome extension, but there are various other extensions for modern browsers, and that is in the appendix of this talk. So you can download the talk and look at it and find the browser that you're most interested in. But all of the browser extensions work very similarly. So, the Internet Archive extension on Chrome is free from the Chrome Web Store, and you can use it to save websites. To install it, you click Add to Chrome. The first time you use it, you have to agree to the terms and conditions, as you might expect. Then you would open your Chrome extension settings, and we highly recommend that you choose Pin to the taskbar. That will give you the little Internet Archive portico icon at the top of your browser screen ready to go. And finally, if you want to set your own web archive, you can log into the Internet Archive with your username and password. So, once you have the little portico icon up at the top of your browser and you click it, it will present you with this widget here that you see. You can use it to do two things. You can search for web pages on the Internet Archive by putting a URL in the box and looking at the calendar to see calendar views, oldest and newest. Or you can save websites directly, and I'll show you how to do that. Likewise, you can look at your own archive, and if you need to change any settings, just click the gear. So here's a live example. Well, not live, but here's an example. Again, returning to the author Amu Joseph, I have another URL to save. I've copied it, and I'm gonna paste it directly into the box above Save Page Now. I click Save Page Now, and in my browser, I will see that it's capturing URLs. Capture, 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 capture. It will say done when it's done, and it will say click to view the snapshot. The save has been successful. Winner. I click on my snapshot, and here is my archive of another article about Amu Joseph, and I'm ready to use this wherever I want to use it, in Wikipedia, Wikidata, elsewhere. Last stop, there are 2 mobile apps that you can do this work with. iOS for Apple and Android Google. I'm going to focus on the iOS app today. If you have Google Android, that will be in the appendix of this talk. It works essentially the same. So, the iOS app, it's a free app from the Apple Store. You can use it on your iPad, iPhone, iOS devices. Basically, it's limited to capturing websites. So, to install it, go to your Apple Store, click Get, it's free, it'll install to your device. You'll open the app settings to manage any options, and you can log into the Internet Archive with your username and password. Now, just like I did before, here is an example. So I have yet another URL from the author Amu Joseph. I copy it and I paste it right into the box on my iPhone, which I have, and I click Archive Page Now. And the iPhone will save those URLs. You'll see it spinning. You'll see it spinning. And when it's done, it'll pop up the center box that says View Archived Page. I click View Archived Page, and here is an example of the screen of my iPhone with the web archive for another article about Amu Joseph, ready to go. So in other words, you can do this for free from any modern browser on any computer using most browser extensions and most cell phones, all for free. How do you like that so far? Are you excited? You like it? How many people are going to try it? Yeah, all right, excellent. Well, I highly recommend you try it. Maybe you'll save a couple URLs during this conference as we speak. Who knows? And as you know, there's a lot of data at risk due to various forces in the world. So there are some additional ways that you can get involved. Now, please note that some of these projects might use more specialized software, but even so, the archive team warriors, they accept volunteers and their teams from around the world who are seeking to archive data that's at risk of loss from international sources. There's also the Data Rescue Project, which is a clearinghouse for data rescue efforts in the United States, especially for United States government websites, and any data that might be at risk of loss, such as climate change data, for example, or vaccine safety data. And finally, I'd like to point out that there's also the opportunity for organizations to do manual mirrors of websites. For example, in Philadelphia, where I'm coming from, the William Way LGBT Center did manual mirroring in order to save data from the National Park Service. They manually copied those pages onto their own domain, and here are 2 examples of sites that they saved with LGBTQIA content in Philadelphia that otherwise would have been lost. So they preemptively mirrored, okay? If you'd like more information, I'm not going to read all this because this is going to be available for you on PDF to download later today. I've given you some other information from Wikipedia about citing sources, other information from the Internet Archive about how to use it, how to use the Wayback Machine tools. But there are some other advanced things you can do. There's information from the International Internet Preservation Consortium, or IIPC. That's an extensive knowledge base about web archiving with training and software. There's also information about Archivit. Archivit is the for-pay subscription-based cloud archiving service from the Internet Archive. It is wonderful. I have used it in my former work at Temple University Libraries. highly recommended for GLAM institutions. Are any people here from GLAM institutions, galleries, libraries, archives? Okay, excellent. And that subscription software allows like a much more finer grained control of web archiving and collection development of web archives, and then all that data eventually does go into the general Wayback Machine as well. Webrecorder.net offers some free options as well, a Chrome extension to archive websites, and also a replay website. If you have any local saved web archive files, you can open that up in the free replay webpage. And finally, Web Recorder produces Browser Tricks, which is again a subscription cloud-based software. That's another option for web archiving and curation. Okay, so the bottom line is, can we preserve online information? Well, yes, we can. You and I can, yes, we can. So I hope that with the example of the Pride Guide today and everything I've shown you, that you've learned something that you can take back with you. The Philadelphia Wiki Salon, we produce all sorts of training and demonstrations, and we put them on Wikimedia Commons for free in PDF and video format. Our goal is to produce short trainings that are easy to use, easy to understand, and readily able for you to deploy and put into your workflow immediately. Okay? So here is our Wikipedia Meetup Philadelphia site linked here, where we have links to all of our trainings, all of our demonstrations, and our information about how you can join us. We meet virtually the second Saturday of the month from 12 to 2 Eastern Time. And do I have any time for questions, or is that it? Yes, a couple?
Yep.
Okay.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, if there's any questions, yes?
Tell us a little more about the error, you wanted us to check on,
Sure.
save it. So why is that? I didn't understand.
Sure. So yes, it's save error pages.
Right.
Because what will happen there and again, I'm not the expert because we have Saud, the expert from the Internet Archive here, but as the crawler goes through, it's also picking up the 404s and all the numbered codes that are being generated from the site you're picking up.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Internet Archive can pick up and recognize those codes, that'll show up and can be useful for troubleshooting in the future.
Okay.
Whether it's 404 or the soft 200 or those things, and that may help in the future be able to diagnose and fix things as
Right.
the crawler gets more intelligent and more able.
Okay, so we choose to do that.
We recommend that,
Okay.
yes, yes. And it doesn't impact you negatively. Yes,
Thank you for the talk.
you're welcome.
I work at a GLAM institution, and I've seen sort of more instances of interactive virtual sort of exhibition work where somebody can go to the URL, kind of click around, maybe like move the viewer around as if you're in a 3D space. Is that able to be archived at this point? Do you know?
That is a little bit above my pay grade here on this. I know that some of the web browsers, from having worked in GLAM, have trouble with some of the modern scripted materials. So I can't say that every site would be faithfully represented. But I do know that, for example, the Internet Archive and its Archive It crawler is trying to get better every year at crawling various types of content. So I would say give it a shot. I would say try multiple tools to see if you could get that work, and maybe think of multiple strategies like mirroring or redundancy that might help you in that regard. Yes?
I actually wanted to piggyback on your answer to that question.
Go ahead. Up here.
Browser tricks. I do not work for them, but I've used them before to archive many artist websites that have highly interactive, heavy JavaScript-based materials, and Browser Tricks does a pretty good job capturing a lot of motion-sensitive features. It's not always perfect, but I know of the many scraping platforms, Browser Tricks is really trying to figure out ways to preserve those components in a way that are interactive without the use of emulation or like something more advanced.
Great. See, isn't it wonderful that we have collaboration in a Wikimedia-based conference? So thank you for your answer. All right, anyone else before I turn the mic over to the next speaker? Yes, in the back.
Is there a limit on how many websites you can
Oh, that you can archive? No, I don't think there is, but one of the things I did not address in this talk for limits of time is the Internet Archive has a bulk loader using Google Sheets. And you can combine a Google Sheet with one of their forms, and it will load a background process saving URLs. And I believe that is a 5,000 limit to the sheet, but that's per run. So, you know, theoretically, you have a lot of archives you can save, but there are bulk mechanisms. It was just beyond the scope of this talk in this time limit.
There's a rate limit if you try and do a URL that was already done recently, then it tells you you have to wait.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for attending.
I'm Srishti. I work in the language and popularization team at the Wikimedia Foundation. For those of you who don't know, this is the team that develops translation tools and maintains them, and also provide language technical support for editors. So in this talk today, I will be sharing with you about a couple of experiments that we tried in our team over the course of the 1 year.
I'm doing a couple rounds, but if you need anything, feel free to ping me. Okay?
And my talk title also relates to one of these experiments that I will be touching on later in my presentation. Just curious, how many of you here in the room contribute to non-English wikis? Or maybe provide technical support to them? Oh wow, we have a lot of people. Cool. For others, you will learn about a new topic, I'm hoping. So before I dig into the experiments, I want to shed light on the language gap that we see on Wikimedia projects. So as per an analysis done recently, we observed that there are 342 languages with at least one posted Wikimedia content project edition. But then if you look at the number of living languages in the world, as per Ethnologue and Linguistic Society of America, there are 7,000 living languages. And so there is this wide gap between the languages that have a posted Wikimedia project edition versus the languages that are out there in the living languages in the world. And addressing this gap means fulfilling our vision in which every single human being can freely share in the sum of all knowledge. And if we go a little bit further and look at the smaller wikis that we have in our ecosystem, we'll see that there are hundreds of wikis, hundreds of newer and smaller wikis that are inactive, that are not growing. The content pages, they are less than 50,000. And if we look at the active editors, they are somewhere between 5 to 25. And as we are here for this conference, I was curious about some of the wikis from North America. Although I don't know a whole lot about these languages, and my understanding is that some of them are really old, indigenous and endangered languages. But if we look at some of them, for example, Nahuatl from Mexico, it has 1.7 million speakers as per the Wikipedia article, but there are only 4,000 articles on that wiki. Similarly, Cree is a very old language and there might be very few native speakers, but a wiki exists. And while we were stuck in the NYU building, I ended up having a conversation with a woman who is interested in growing the Cree wiki. But right now, if you will see, there is a proposal ongoing to close that Wikipedia. So that kind of leads us to this research question that how we can grow content in these newer and smaller wikis with an emphasis on quality given the AI climate in which we all are living, where these wikis, they might be prone to more errors. I also want to briefly highlight the incubation journey for new wikis for those of you who might not be familiar with the process, as this will help me to set the stage and also to connect with some of the experiments that I have to share with you. So the first step is to discover the processes, to request for the creation and go through eligibility check. And after which, content development for a language happens in Wikimedia Incubator, which is a closed environment. Has anyone of you here heard of Wikimedia Incubator before?
Yeah, closed Wikimedia Incubator.
Yeah. So it's like a centralized platform that we have since 2006, I believe, where languages first incubate before they become actual wiki projects. And after a language reaches certain threshold in terms of its content, then the language committee, which is the body that oversees the request and approval for languages, they approve the creation for the wiki for that language. It graduates, the content of it is moved from the incubator to wiki, And after the graduation, the wiki is ready to receive and growth and support help. And this is where all the policies, moderation and governance setup, technical setup, engagement activities can come into the play. And for our experiments, this is the phase that we were most interested in.
Just a clarification. When you say wiki, do you refer to Wikipedia only or other Wikimedia stuff?
That's a good question. So Wikimedia Incubator is mostly used for Wikipedia, but there are other, I believe, projects that helps to incubate Wikisource, for example, and maybe some other projects that we have.
So if you get something approved in one language, it would be applicable for other wikis in that language, or only Wikipedia?
I think they're approved separately. There would be a separate process for Wikisource in that language and Wikipedia in that language.
So that led us to our first experiment, and this was about fast-tracking graduation of languages from the incubator. And this was in response to this challenge that we observed that currently it takes really long time for languages to graduate out of the incubator. Sometimes it can take 10 years as well. And if you look at the test projects in incubator, they are more than hosted projects that we have. And so we started thinking that what if we move these languages from incubator to production wikis, where they will have access to some of these modern features that all our Wikimedia wikis have. Like what if we fast track the graduation for some of these and see what happens, and if it is going to increase editing activity. So as part of this experiment, we identified 5 wikis and we advocated for them to the language committee. We asked them to maybe relax a few eligibility criteria. For example, one that has to do with localization activity for most used messages in our projects on translatewiki.net. Maybe relax one of that criteria if it is not meeting certain threshold. But for most of these languages that they picked, they were ready to graduate. And so for them, we provided them production access, moved them out of incubator, and monitored their content growth for a period of 3 months. And in parallel, there was also this script. For those of you maybe who are in the tech space, you might know there is a script that is used to create the wiki, so it was broken. So as part of this process, this was fixed as well. So as a result of this experiment, Pannonian Racine, Iban, Southern Ndebele, Obolo, and Thai Numa, 5 languages, they received a Wikipedia. What we hoped was that after graduation, editing activity on these wikis will magically increase. But what we found was contrary to what we had hoped to see. So the editing activity actually declined right after graduation. And when we looked beyond these wikis, we saw that the decline is more widespread, and it's not just limited to these pilot wikis. We also talked to a few contributors to gather their feedback and had some reflections based on what they shared with us. So for example, folks shared that they felt their work was recognized as their wiki was graduated from the incubator. Someone from Southern Ndebele community, they shared that they had advocated for their language to receive a wiki for 10 years, and to see this experiment happening was simply a divine. There is someone from Pannonian Racine community who shared their gratitude as well, and they expressed that receiving a Wikipedia for Pannonian Racine is the most beautiful birthday present for their 76th birthday. The creation of this wiki was also featured on a Serbian radio show. Some folks, they shared their appreciation for incubator, and they shared that they feel work is more calmer, they are on their own grounds, and they have their own privacy. This experiment had also surfaced that there are some challenges to do with workflow and approval in our ecosystem. So for example, the languages that we picked, maybe they were already ready to graduate. It's just that the backlog of requests is so huge that maybe sometimes the support, the kind of support that they need, maybe it goes unseen. Then we also learned about some tool and support gaps, and I would say that these are not new findings. Some of us, we are already familiar about these challenges, but people shared about some of the challenges that they experience when they use Incubator and how it is difficult to use templates. Some folks from the Global South, they talked about how difficult it is to motivate and mobilize community members, and some of them, they even asked if there was money involved. This is kind of a bummer, I think. So right now, the whole process that happens after a wiki is created, it's really manual. So sometimes it can take weeks to enable certain tools or services on a wiki, and because of which sometimes we can see errors like this. So for example, in the case of Pannonian Racine, because REST-based, which is a service, it was not immediately enabled, it caused some mathematical formulas to display incorrectly. So I feel like this is the space which really needs a lot of attention. Some people talked about how they were not aware that content translation, which is really a very impactful tool in our ecosystem that helps to translate articles from one language to another, exist. So contributors, they were not aware of the existence of these tools. And even if they do, then some of you might know that for smaller wikis, smaller languages, there are not enough models. And so if there are not enough models, then they're not going to work well with a content translation like service, which relies on these models. And so for these 5 pilot wikis that we selected, as they were very small in nature, there were no machine translation service available for them. And in a case like this, content translation tool, it may not work to its full capability, and it will just act as a tool for side-by-side translation. And then there were some documentation gaps that were surfaced as well. And lastly, one interesting thing that we observed, even though this pool was smaller, but there was a correlation made between the language presence online versus its growth in Incubator. So for example, in the case of Southern Nedebele, it was not taught in schools during apartheid, and it nearly died until an activist helped revive it. So it took more than 11 years for this language to graduate from Incubator. Versus in the case of Pannonian Racine, as there was enough online presence, it took it less time to graduate, less than 3 years. So what we learned from this first experiment was that in the case of smaller wikis, tool intervention is not enough, as we know that there are not enough contributors, and there's also a lack of awareness of the existence of these smaller wikis in the first place. So I come from India, and before I joined the organization, I had no idea that there's a Wikipedia that exists in my language, because when you try to search for something, only results from English Wikipedia will show up in Google, because the way Google works, and it indexes search results. So there are issues like this to do with smaller wikis. So that led us to thinking about our second experiment, which builds on top of one, and this was more focused on inviting native speakers from smaller wikis and improving content, and taking them through more guided pathways where we first start by creating awareness of smaller wikis, then orient them to the tools that exist that might be useful for them, and then taking them through an engagement funnel where they first start by working on easy tasks, and then they can go on to more complex tasks related to article expansion using tools like content translation. So for this, we were mostly interested in understanding if we invite native speakers through high traffic Wikipedia, is it going to attract new contributors? And if they will use these editing tools, some of the editing tools, to improve content. So for this experiment, we made use of a central notice banner, and we displayed the central notice banner on larger wikis in the high traffic region of smaller wikis. How many of you have seen or know what a central notice banner is? Okay. So it's a tool that we use for running campaigns in our ecosystem. And through this banner, we also encourage the use of event registration and newcomer homepage tool to improve content. And we were also inspired by some of the previous efforts in this space, like how Yoruba community has successfully run a Recruit Readers as Writer campaign for these efforts. So for this experiment, we obtained approval from Central Notice admins, and we took help from a couple of admins to help us configure growth features and localize growth features interface, and also to help translate content. So growth features, for those of you who don't know, is a tool that really helps newcomers to edit articles on Wikipedia by suggesting them tasks in easy, medium, and hard categories. So there were a couple of user scenarios involved here. So in the first case, as someone will land on a high traffic wiki, let's say a Spanish wiki, they will be taken to a smaller wiki and the growth feature on the smaller wiki directly. And in the second scenario, they will land on the newcomer feature through the event registration page. So they will land on the event registration page on a smaller wiki like Moroccan Arabic. They learn more about how to use growth features, and then from there on, they will land onto the newcomer page. So we launched this banner in 7 wikis, 11 countries, and 43 regions. And so for subnational regions, we were looking at the native to data point that exists on each language Wikipedia article. So for example, Moroccan Arabic is spoken by 90% of the population in Morocco. So we ended up displaying the banner on all the regions in Morocco, versus for the Punjabi language, there are only a few official states in India where it is spoken. So we ended up displaying the banner only on a few states to test this. So we have some early results because this is a fairly new experiment, and we want to wait for 3 months to see what has happened. But for the early results have really shown that through this sort of regional and language outreach, we were able to bring native speakers from larger wikis to smaller wikis. So there were 19 million banner impressions, 10,000 banner clicks, 33 accounts were created, 120 users engaged with the growth features, and 55 edits made by new editors. We were not able to track edits made by existing editors for this experiment due to an issue with instrumentation. But although you can see that there was a decline in every step, but it is obvious because these are smaller wikis. And in terms of like the 2 scenarios that I talked about earlier, where in the first one they were taken directly to the newcomer homepage feature, but in the second one they were taken indirectly to the newcomer homepage feature through the event registration tool. And I'm just realizing that maybe there are some folks in the room who may not be aware of some of these features. So if you're interested in learning more, I'm happy to share afterwards. And so both of these scenarios, they showed comparable results. Like in the first one where they were taken directly to the growth feature, the engagement was higher. But in the case of second scenario, we saw more accounts were created and more edits were made. There were also some comparison made between this campaign versus some of the existing or similar ones like the fundraising campaign, but I think it's too early to interpret this because this is the data just from first 2 weeks of the experiment. So as we already saw that there was a gap between the initial awareness versus the actual engagement, for the next iterations we are thinking about how we can build more onboarding pathways that can support native speakers in contributing to newer and smaller language wikis. And so if folks have any ideas or are interested in collaborating, happy to hear more of your thoughts afterwards. And that's it. Thank you so much for listening.
The other thing is that among those smaller languages, among those many languages, among the 6,000, there are many that have only 10 speakers left, something like that. So it's hardly worth doing anything about it. It's kind of interesting. I'm glad you're doing this, and you picked a very good strategy. So actually, I have one quick question about the transferring people. When, for example, if you somehow you're able to detect where they're from, right? And so if they were in the Asturias section of Spain, they would get redirected, did you say, to articles in Asturian Spanish, or did you mean that a banner would appear? Do they actually get forced to something else, or?
So a banner would appear on Spanish Wiki, which is the high traffic wiki in
Right.
their region, but then from there on, they will be taken to a smaller wiki, that's Asturian Wiki.
If they choose to, right? I mean, will they be like automatically transferred?
Through the banner.
So they have to click on the
Yes,
banner.
yeah.
I see, very
There will
good.
be a call to action.
Yes, and it's kind of interesting because, for example, if you translated an article on advanced algebra or something into Nahuatl or something, I'm not sure what the value of that is, because we're talking about something that's coming from a European culture. I mean, mathematics is supposed to be universal, and it is in certain ways, but it's mostly of interest to people who are from European culture areas, like the European languages and so on. And it would seem to me that would be overkill. But on the other hand, when you're talking about local things, so if you were talking about a city, the articles about a city in Asturias, it's very appropriate that they would be able to see be able to be redirected as soon as possible to a page in the Asturian dialect. And I sort of encourage it because that would be sort of, there may be things in it's sort of hard to describe, but in the Asturian culture that would be very interesting to them and easy for them to express in their own language, but not so much in Spanish, let's say, standard Spanish. Or that they may be using local dialectical words, which are very appropriate. So in the case of very specific cultural items, it seems to me there's a very big need for that kind of thing, but less of a need for, automatic translation of these, general concepts like algebra or something like that. But I very much appreciated your talk, and this is kind of a very specific question, but you talked about Punjabi, and as far as I know, that's spoken in India and Pakistan, and in India, I presume they use the Devanagari script, and in Pakistan they would use the Arabic script. Is that what your practice is? I mean, do you have like automatic translation of each page into both scripts? Or?
Yeah, I think there are different scripts, I can imagine, and so we were focused on the one that was spoken in India for this experiment because we saw that. So for this, we were looking at number of articles that exist on a wiki and number of active editors. So there was a certain criteria that was set, and based on that, we picked Punjabi that is used in the
It's sort of a shame because you could automatically translate into the Arabic script as well. I mean, it's like a one-to-one relationship between the
we were kind of using, it relies on Gurmukhi script. You have something to say?
I was just gonna say that my family's Punjabi and Pakistani, and so that's something I've been working on. I've been working on using.
I think it's turned on.
The dead.
I think it's dead.
I've been working on using Wikidata lexicographical data to document the correspondences between the Arabic spellings and the Gurmukhi spellings that are used in India. But there's an additional barrier in that most Pakistani Punjabis are not literate in their native language. So I actually taught my parents to read Gurmukhi, but they still can't read Punjabi in the Arabic language because most Pakistanis can't.
So they can read, your parents can read the Punjabi in the Devanagari script.
It's Gurmukhi is the script that's used in India. It's a bit different from Devanagari.
Oh, was it related?
They're related, but they're it's the same.
So I'm just curious, is there a big push to write the Punjabi language in Arabic script for people who live in Pakistan?
Yes, so the oldest kind of Punjabi literature is in the Arabic scripts. And so as far as like cultural interest, there's a lot of cultural interest in kind of reviving the literary culture and language in Pakistan. But it's because of Hindi Urdu is the official language of Pakistan, it's a lot of people kind of have a negative perception of their own native or regional language. That's kind of a big barrier to get past. But I would like to see one day the two Punjabi Wikipedias becoming one.
Oh, but there are two separate ones.
Yeah, there's two separate ones currently.
You want your hand up?
Thank you. You have a very good question actually. I'm working in Assamese Wikimedia, which is one of the very small group from India. And what I do is, what we are doing is kind of course there is an article or some in English, and then we translate. Yes, what you are telling actually. But we also know the language very well. So we don't do word-to-word translation. Once we see that, like suppose the mathematics you are talking about, so we will see if it is a right way translating or not. We will do from our own. We know the language very well, so that is the way we put in Wikipedia. So I hope that is the question you asked me. And any question about that? And I don't know whether I
Well, that was
answered.
exactly my question. I mean, what I was talking about, I can see your point, and you should rely on automatic translations. But I'm just saying that to people who speak Assamese, it would be more urgent to get articles about the region and the local culture than translating stories about, articles about algebra, for example. I mean, because I presume that many people in India, maybe in that region, can speak English, or can speak
Yes,
Hindi or another
yes,
language.
that is one of the points.
It's
Yeah.
covered already.
Yes, they know both or 3 or 4 languages altogether. So whatever she speaks, probably I'm understanding. Whatever he is speaking, I'm understanding. So that is one of the help we are getting from that languages. So this is one of the, yes.
And another thing is sometimes you can have a translation automatically. If you're, let's say, Assamese and you go to the abstract algebra page, maybe you can hit a button and it will translate it
Yes,
automatically.
yes, that is what it is. Automatic translation is there first because we have to write a lot something. Sometimes it is a contest or something. People just automatic translation. They do it. Then they edit it. If they goes page by page or in a line by line, they edit it. That's what they do. Yeah. Thank you.
playing around, that's fine. Okay.
So now the video's on the right, so that's what's going out.
Good.
Double check before I leave. Yep, there we go.
Oh,
You're all set.
okay. Relief. How I got this job knowing not knowing anything.
Yes, so I know you're okay. He is voting for
Good. Good.
Well, they can't hear us. So if they can't hear us, we need to step closer to the owl. Okay. Yeah. Because I found that out the hard way. This works in the room, but not for streamers. Okay. Great. So well. Yeah.
steps per foot.
Yeah, well, this is basically what happens.
These are Seattle people, but you're from Connecticut.
I know. I feel like we need to pick a spot and just stand in it, because if I move around, I would try to not be adorable. Yeah, so this mic, this knock, is only for the people online. And afterwards, you should use it. Yeah. And stand near the owl. I know, some people you're walking away from the owl. You need to just like talk into it.
To this thing?
That's the owl. The owl. You look like an owl. Yeah.
Hello. Hi. I have no idea what I'm doing here.
You're in luck. I did this earlier.
If you have some idea what this is about, then
Start early.
Yeah? 1 minute.
That's great. Awesome.
Welcome to your second. Anyway, welcome to How a Nationwide Sprint with Repro Activists sparked a web app to fill knowledge gaps. My name is Del Marie Maldonado, also known as Juno. I work on behalf of Maremoto, and I am one of the co-leaders of the Wiki Latino group. I will present you to the next co-leader, which is Oscar.
Nice to be here. My name is Oscar Costello. I'm the Wikipedia in residence at Wiki Latinos. I'm being a volunteer, slash organizer, slash former contractor of the Wikimedia Foundation for almost 20 years. And I'm going to present you.
Hi, I'm Jamie Flood. I'm the scholarly communication librarian and associate associate professor at Butler University in Indianapolis. I am one of the founding members of the Wikimedians of Indiana user group. My other 3 founding members are towards the back of the room. I've been editing Wikipedia for over 10 years. I was a long-time Wikipedian in residence, and I was unemployed when this opportunity came up.
Great
So
for
I was
us.
available.
Great for us, not so great for Jamie, but thankfully we had her to help us guide our journey into building Glandy. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our unusual approach. We started doing events around Wikipedia and repro rights since 2024 in May. We started in Brownsville, Texas, and in there we realized, boy, there's a lot of gap in the knowledge of repro in Wikipedia. How can we help fix it? I thought, oh, we just do a little sheet and like put in, this is the gap that we need to fill. But working within our team, we have a lot of like innovators and big thinkers, and they suggested, what if we built a web app? Even though none of us have experience in developing a web app. However, we decided that for 2025, we were going to convene folks from both the events that we've done in repro editing and through connections from those same folks, and try to train them on Wikipedia. So we recruited 20 participants from various organizations, which Jamie will talk about next. And we trained them first on Wikipedia to then do a design sprint. And for those who don't know, design sprint is a Google Venture method where you bring people together for a week and you ideate and build and prototype and user test a whole idea for an application.
So we started, most of the organizations that we worked with and pulled people from were ones that they had already worked with through their editing practices or through their edit-a-thons and editing events, or it was someone that they heard about through word of mouth from other participants. And we reached out to these organizations and asked if there was someone who had capacity for and was interested in learning how to edit. That we asked of them a commitment of 6 weeks, where we met once a week for about an hour and a half to break down editing, and then to build community together. And then it ended with, I think they came for only 2 days. Some stayed longer depending upon their availability and what activity they were going to help with. And then we met together in Phoenix and did our design sprint and kind of ideated together. So, not yet. We trained 20 reproductive justice leaders on Wikipedia. We focused obviously a lot on neutrality and verifiability, standards of sourcing. We practiced edits in a sandbox environment. Jake Orlowitz and I developed a curriculum that went across these 6 weeks. We started with the rules of Wikipedia, and then we gradually went into working in their sandboxes to actually doing edits. I will say that we did end up having to pivot halfway through, because that was one of the really interesting things about this group. They're all very concerned about their safety, and I wish now that we had talked more about anonymity and how to protect yourself online, and then talked about verifiability and not so much about how the community of Wikipedia can sometimes be difficult to access when you're new, and to understand how a conversation or a discussion should happen on Wikipedia. I felt we weighted that part too much, and it made it very difficult for folks to really engage and feel safe. And so this really helped me understand how important it is to help people understand, help me understand how I need to tailor training each time to the people that I'm talking to. Additionally, can you not hear me? I'm sorry. Additionally, and then I lost my train of thought.
You're talking about how you're tailoring your approach.
Thank you. Additionally, a lot of repro activists use their phones but not computers, and use more basic phones, again, to protect themselves when they're offering services or helping others. And so that was a really important aspect of this. And part of why this was important too is, one, these individuals have a very specific knowledge base. They are experts and no one else has that knowledge, and so it was really important to find people who had
repro knowledge and had capacity to learn wiki knowledge. And so that's how we then came together for our design sprint, and we could identify what are the gaps on Wikipedia, which is where I come in to kind of help us look through and see what's missing and what articles need editing. And then they come in with their specialized knowledge of what's terms that aren't well defined, what's articles that are missing. And that is how we created this tool.
This is some of our partners. We worked with Neta Collab, who's currently designing our app. We worked with WikiNYC, with the National Latina Institute for Reproductive Justice for Protect the Sacred. We had a really good gamut of representation of various industries of repro advocates. So we had people who represented repro health, repro law, repro justice, repro tech. It was important for us that we had a very wide variety of representation, so we're making sure that everybody's needs were being covered as we were designing this sprint. Oscar is going to talk about the challenge.
Well, the challenge that we're facing essentially is that we are not receiving as much volunteers, especially Gen Z generation, as we wanted. We are facing this, as our organizer, I've been facing this for many years. We definitely need to gamify Wikipedia. That's my thing for many years. Like, we need to change this, the platform in a way that it is engaging to the newer generations. And I actually pitched the idea to Juno and people in Maremoto, and they, let's do the app. Let's try to build this to more engaging application. I don't know if you know Duolingo.
Excuse me. Did you guys just start this? I mean, it says 2:35, but it sounds like you've been doing this for a while. That's all. So.
No, we're developing the app now.
No, we started a minute early.
No, you said the presentation.
2 minutes? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Don't worry. The good part is coming.
Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert. The good part is coming. So we definitely wanted to do, I don't know if you know the Duolingo, that kind of application that you're learning a new language. I imagine something similar for people to learn how to edit Wikipedia, like, you're going to do the 101, how to add a reference, the 102, how to create, how to log a picture. Like that follow like a treasure map, kind of. We want to follow that in the application, and we definitely that was my vision. It is still my vision. The repro activists, it is like a good way to connect, because they are doing a lot of work in the ground, and they're doing with passion. They only need to learn how to use Wikipedia in a neutral way, like with neutrality, with a neutral point of view, without a conflict of interest, and that's where we definitely talk about how we need to connect with mentors, essentially, with Jamie, with the Andy Ulis, with the Richards of the world, that they can follow through Park and they learn how to do the work in Wikipedia. I found out that the Spanish language, this is my second language is English. The Spanish language, the gap is huge, not only in repro, it is, I think, across the board. So we want to also have like a sort of bilingual approach to the application, like a diversity way to, okay, this is in English, why it is not in Spanish? They're facing the same challenges, the repro activists in Spanish and English, why this law is not translated in Spanish, what is the reason? It's because they don't have anyone there to translate this thing to English or to Spanish. So we wanted to have that into mind as well. And also there is a barrier of, yes, it is an entry barrier as well. And I think was one of the first editathon that we did in Brownsville, right in the border with Texas. That it was the main article about abortion in Texas. It is huge, like, I don't know, like really huge. And it is like this legal thing, like you don't know, okay, I want like the basic information about the abortion in Texas. It is this like a good way to do it? No. It is like a article that no one is going to read it completely. So we want to change that as well. We want to have, okay, we need to essentially imagine something different for that article as well. And that's why we essentially want newer editors to think about that, because and this is my belief as a volunteer for 20 years, old-timers doesn't want to change a lot of things. They are really conservative about changing things in the platform, and thus we need new editors. We need volunteers that are not in the Wikimedia spheres and want to change things, and okay, this article doesn't make sense, why don't we create something else? So that's why we're trying to bring these people in. Yes.
To add another color, we did research in Maremoto where we identified that for Latinos specifically, Maremoto is an organization focused on Latinos. Although Plan D is supposed to be for everyone, we found out that most Latinos get their information through Wikipedia, so we want to make sure that the Wikipedia information that they're encountering is accessible and that it reflects the accurate information. So when we came into this space, our primary goal was to figure out how can we help new editors identify and fill the knowledge gaps in English and Spanish on Wiki. I come from a repro background. I used to work at Planned Parenthood, and when I was at Planned Parenthood, we had a lot of volunteers and interns who were trying to figure out how can we help gather information or make it more accessible, or how can we help the movement, right, in a way that it's not just going to protest or signing petitions, etc. They were always looking for a way to contribute. And as I was going, I'm a wiki baby. I started last year. Always a fan, big user, just now actually editing. And that for me was a big thing. If this was a tool that was accessible for anybody, any young person, for whatever subject they cared about, this could be a potential way for them to contribute to those same interests and passions from the safety of their own home, that takes into consideration their resources, their accessibility, etc.
One thing that we're forgetting to share is that our training was technically, we took on this concept of language equality, and it was available in both English and Spanish. We did have learners that Spanish was their primary language, and everything was translated. You could listen in either English or Spanish, depending upon who was speaking at the time, and it was open to anyone to comment at any time in whatever language they felt comfortable in. And our breakout rooms were also in both English and Spanish, and so folks were doing editing in both and learning in both, and that's kind of one of the keys of this as well.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, we, especially at Maremoto, is very important for us that language equity, I think it is.
Yeah, sorry.
Equity
Yes.
is front and center in everything that we do. Yes, it adds an additional barrier to the organizer, but for the users and the people in the audience, it really helps them feel part of whatever conversation we're having. So after that 5-day week sprint, we were tired, exhausted, but we came out with Plan D. As a person who was there, it was beautiful to see Plan D become a tool based on everybody's ideas and contributions. I can tell you that every single person in that room, all 30 of us, contributed in some shape or form to the eventual product of Plan D. Plan D is short for clandestine, actually, and it's a web app for community-powered editing. It helps surface gaps by allowing organizers to identify what key articles are a priority to edit at any given time. It will have guided training on Wiki 101, Research 101, and topic modules. It will connect members to new editors, and it would also connect members to Wiki mentors. That's a very important thing for us and for the folks that we interviewed during the user testing part. We really want to make sure that Wikipedians are at the center of this app, so it's not just them adding articles and knowledge to the Wikimedia movement, but they're part of the Wikipedia movement and are in congregation with other Wikipedians, especially Wikipedians that have been doing this for so long. I think we can all attest that we could be doing more to listen to our mentors and those with more experience and wisdom. And finally, we can track progress that feels meaningful, so organizers can shout out, can let volunteers know, this is how much you have contributed to the Wikipedia articles.
Sorry, I promise a little quick. The reason why we're including Research 101 is that was one of the things that we identified as we went through was some folks had a medical background and knew how to look at like research articles and stuff like that, and some folks did not. And so that's part of that was training folks on how to use PubMed, how to search the internet and look for good research articles and things like that, because that's kind of the point in all this is that we're basing it in scientific research and fact and the available literature.
Yeah, thank you. That's an excellent point. We also realized during the user testing that young people were really eager. When we showed them this tool, they're like, if this exists, I'll become a Wikipedian tomorrow. They were so excited to have a tool that can teach them how to edit Wikipedia and that they would have access to other Wikipedians. And because of that, they also surfaced for us really, like, but how do I know what is a good source? How do I know what is reliable? So we included in the Clandy app a modules on Research 101, so they're also getting that basic foundational knowledge when you're writing articles on Wikipedia. I think this is you, no?
Yes. So we had quite a few different rounds, and it was all to take our big ideas and bring them down to something actionable, which ultimately was the app. There were definitely times where I was not sure that we would get to that point. But it was really neat to pull together and be able to see where our needs converged and where they diverged, because like I know what Wikipedia needs, but I don't necessarily always know what from a reproductive health standpoint, what information someone is looking for, or where they might look for it at. And so that really became what was really interesting in thinking about like gendered language and stuff like that. And so we had these different sessions where we first started out of like, what is your interest, like what kind of information is on Wikipedia, what do you see is missing? If you really wanted to implement Wikipedia editing in your volunteer work, what would you need to do that? That was the big thing, was we wanted to know what kind of support people needed to be able to edit, because so often people don't feel like they don't have time, they don't know how to get started, and so that was really what we wanted to surface was how can we make this as easy as possible? And that's where this kind of came out, is we realized they needed support in research, they needed support in knowing how to edit and making it accessible, and it really needed for someone at I want to say institution, someone in an organization would be able to know like, okay, I know these things need to be identified, I know this research is being published, let me make a list and share it with a dedicated volunteer. And that was also kind of part of it, was helping them find a way that they could bring in more volunteers in a way that they didn't have to physically be there. They could just join online. It was a great way for students and younger folks to be able to do something when they're just on the internet. And so that was really what it was. We made all these post-it notes, and then we paired them, we grouped them all together, and then made broader circles, and then grouped them again, and that was how we finally came out to what I just explained as what we identified as what we needed.
And Clandy was born. So we're gonna have a quick demo being a very loose word in this situation. We wanted to have a demo, but we're actually gonna have a prototype. So if you wanna see Clandy in action, please do use your phones. If you, we have here the mobile app and then the desktop app. It's gonna ask you for a password. That would be Clandy, capital D-I 2025. As you're going through the prototype, you will see certain things. For example, it highlights the Wikipedia partnership. It has a quiz to help new users figure out where in Wikipedia they would feel more comfortable. I recently found out I'm a Wikinome and I didn't know it, and I love that. I'm a millennial and I love a good personality quiz, so we decided to integrate it into the Clandy app. Also on the Clandy app, you were going to be able to see, I don't think the prototype shows it, but eventually you will have profiles from the users that will identify who's an organizer, who's a volunteer. Organizers will have different permissions. Volunteer will just be able to contact and engage with organizers. It will also have an identification for wiki mentors, etc. The point of Clandy is also that it should be safe and secure, so you're only going to get access to Clandy if you have an invitation link. And we're working in the process right now to make sure that people can sign in to Clandy using their wiki username, so we can keep it as safe as possible for people. We do understand both Wikipedia and the repro space can be unsafe sometimes, so we want to make sure that when people are using Clandy and are helping us to close the knowledge gap on reproductive rights, health, justice, they're doing it from a safe space. Other things you'll see there is that we have some of the articles. There's going to be an About Us. There should be also a forum, but really we just want Clandy to be a place of community and to make Wikipedia learning accessible to everyone. What makes this scalable? We didn't want this just to exist in repro. We believe this model is an excellent model for any issue or any area, and we want to see it as an infrastructure for movement-powered editing across Wikipedia's knowledge gaps, so climate, immigration, labor, gun violence, what have you. Because of that, we are going to make it issue agnostic, and the idea is to make it a white paper, open source, for anybody to use if they want to train people on Wikipedia. And the question is, what if the next generation of Wikipedia editors look like the communities Wikipedia is supposed to serve? Oscar?
Well, I don't know if anyone got the QR code. You can go to the stage and have it, because we need you. Obviously, we need you. That's why we are here launching this. We need your comments. What do you like about the platform?
No, this is for the beta tester.
This is for the beta tester.
Yes.
Okay. You can be. Okay. This is okay. Sorry, but that's the way that you can. It is like a meta page, and you can sign your username there. And you are going to get an email from me or from Jean-Marie.
A wiki message, yes.
A wiki message.
Yes.
And we're going to send you a link for you to beta test the full first iteration of the app. And in that sense, you are going to be looking at, okay, what do I like, what I don't like. If this makes sense, me being a Wikipedia, me being an organizer, or doesn't make sense, or you can definitely we want to give your feedback. We're also thinking about, again, as a newcomer mindset, like this is something that could be useful for me when I started editing 3, 4, 6, 7, 10 years ago. So that makes sense as well. So this is another QR code, so for, sorry, because so many QR codes. So you need to sign up here, it's a meta page, put your username there, and we're going to message you.
On Wikipedia.
On
Meta.
On Meta, and just so you know, we're going to be having our demo, official demo should be launching by November, and we'll ask people to sign up to be a beta tester user for up to 2 weeks. We will send you a feedback survey with listed questions of what we want to get your feedback on, specifically as Wikipedians in the space. So if you are interested, and I hope you are interested because we need your input more than anything, is to sign up as a beta tester because we will be pinging you. See that wiki mail. What's next? We're gonna be piloting this with another organization around climate change. We are gonna continue to explore ways that we can integrate the mentorship model in a way that is sustainable. We're gonna look into doing the white paper on Clandy and make it accessible to anybody who's interested. And finally, hoping to start talking to other issue groups that would want to use Clandy to close their knowledge gaps.
And with the white paper means that, for example, if WikiEdu want to use
People
this,
know. People know. It's to
No.
make it open source.
it is to make it open source, but people probably are afraid. So you can come to us. The source, the course is free, so you can use it on your own. That's the way that we wanted to build it, and you can use it for your own purposes.
Yeah, sorry.
And yes, this is the content.
Yeah. Anywho, this is our presentation. If you have any questions, do find us or email us. My email is delmariamaremoto.us. Yes, my name is, I said Juno, but my real name is Delmarie, but I like to be called Juno. Okay. Costero, Oscar is
Oscar over here, and Jamie is over here as well. You can email any of us, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, we're here still. I mean, we have like 6 more minutes. See?
Yeah.
We're right on time. Yes. I think you were first, and then you.
I can.
First.
When I first was.
Okay,
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 yeah.
Oh, by like a nanosecond.
I haven't looked too deeply into Clandy yet, but it seems interesting, and I was a bit worried actually when you were talking about gamification, because I feel like it's not necessarily bad by itself, but like there's a lot of unique ethical concerns around trying to make something more engaging. But the way you're going about it, at least to me, doesn't bring any red flags. So I just kind of wanted to bring it up as something to maybe be aware of, because like, yeah.
No, absolutely. And if you want to send us an email, we can talk more about those like red flags. Like, we would love to take those into consideration. Over here.
My question was mainly about, this feels like it's more for like experts who don't know about Wikipedia but would love to contribute to it. Could this also be for people like, say, in a education setting? Say, hey, let's have a classroom, kind of give this curriculum to the teachers and say, have them basically become a Wikipedian so they can teach a classroom of students to edit some niche that they find for their class or whatever. Is that something, could it be used in this way? Is that kind of one of its purposes too?
It could definitely become that. We obviously started it with the idea of like experts in the field and like them teaching them the knowledge, and then having Clandy be the receptor of a Wiki 101 training. But we can make it, that could be a potential usage down the line. This is like Clandy 1.0, and we eventually want to have like Clandy 5.0.
To that point too, that was one of the things we talked a lot about in development, is that it would be a place where when they knew like research was being published, they could drop links to it into it, and I think that would work perfectly in an educational setting, where like, these are the journals that I want you to work on, here's newspapers that you have access to, and you could load them all in there and they would be able to use
Because you're already learning research, especially in school, you need to learn research anyway, so learning it through, and also in a way that helps Wikipedia helps as well. That's awesome.
And that was also part of like, when we decided, there was a big question like, are you gonna have a Repro 101? We understand that a lot of these Repro organizations are training volunteers on their own Repro materials, and this goes to any other issue area or any content area for that matter. So what really was needed is training on research and Wikipedia, so that's why that's the main focus for Clandy, and that's why we're making it issue agnostic too. So you can like input subject here and use Clandy to train people on research and Wiki.
I'm loud. I had a question out of sheer curiosity. Did you find gaps in the English content that were actually in things that were well covered in Spanish?
Oh, that's a good question.
I will say this. Many of the gaps are so regional. So, for example, you talk about English. There is, for example, the Marea Verde, the green
wave.
The green wave. It was like a huge movement for abortion rights in Latin America, especially in Argentina, Mexico. And you're probably going to find better information in Spanish, not necessarily in English. So more like repro activists.
I would say that reproductive rights, health, and law in Spanish might be well filled out, but when it comes to reproductive rights, health, and law in the United States in Spanish, that's where the gap is really at.
Sure.
Yes.
Historical information about Latin American countries was also better in Spanish than it was in English.
But I'm glad to hear it wasn't.
Thank you. This is a very good presentation. Thank you for doing it. My name is Swapnil. I'm a postdoc. One of the things I wanted to ask is when it comes to tracing impact, right? A lot of people, when we have these projects like this, at the end of it, they're like, what impact did you have? And I don't know if you've considered this, but trying to understand, Wikimedia has page views data on all of the topics that you have, right? You're already aware of this, but tracing what areas have outsized page views and still have knowledge gaps versus what areas don't have outsized page views and still have knowledge gaps. That might be a good way to report like, hey, here is a potential impact of filling in this knowledge gap because we know of these other areas where there are people already trying to look and they're probably going to get either confused or worse, misinformed on these areas because there aren't any coverage of the topics that we're trying to fit in. And we thought of framing it in that way to get.
We'll talk more.
Yeah.
We'll talk more, but please.
Come on down.
In short, to what, you know, the developer is not a wiki person, so I was bringing in wiki knowledge and Castillo was bringing in wiki knowledge. And so our intention initially is maybe just to utilize the outreach dashboard to track what people have done, which will look at page views specifically on Wikipedia. We would need someone with better knowledge to help improve that, but that's a great point.
Yeah.
And that's it. Sorry.
Thank you, everybody.
which will be useful to you as we get to the activities. So if you are comfortable on your laptops, which it doesn't seem like a lot of you are on your laptops, you will want to pull those out and then pull up the slides, because there are activities here. This is not a presentation as much as this room's layout might suggest it is one. There are activities, at least 4, that will be necessary for you to do. I am really sorry, this was not my decision to be here. I was quite comfortable in the auditorium, but I'm sure Sally's presentation, the workshop is going to be fantastic, and that we're going to recap of it after this. Once I see people getting their laptops ready to go, let's see, all ready? We have 4 activities, so I'll try to get this out today and see more people coming in. Just a reminder, go to the session page, the page for the session on the wiki. There are slides. Those slides have links. You are going to need those links for the activities in the workshop. So have those ready, or be with someone who has their laptop. That is also an alternative. Once I know that this has been set up, or I guess
We're already live.
Okay. No charger. All right. Well, you've heard me procedurally ramble for 3 minutes, so let's move on to the actual content of this workshop, which you can read the title. I'm going to deconstruct why this is important in a matter of some intro slides. Some of the questions that I'm going to answer, you will see answered as the session progresses, hopefully in the next few minutes or so. For example, what is Wikidata? Some of you at this conference may not know what Wikidata is. The long and the short of it is it's a knowledge base. It's a place where data is stored in a machine-readable form in a way that Wikipedia is stored in a sort of textual form. It's set up in such a way that machines like the ones you're about to see can use this data to perform interesting things, to visualize things, to reason about things, to harmonize between languages as they talk about different concepts, and describe everything in the world, even though half of Wikidata at the moment is scientific papers. The links that you see in the middle diagram are important because that's what makes Wikidata powerful. It's not enough, again, to import data. You have to connect it somehow to make it useful. And it's all public domain, which is great. Lexemes are a part of Wikidata that's only been around since 2018. You can think of them as items for words. So items, maybe I didn't clarify, are the entities that make up Wikidata. And lexemes basically describe words, they describe phrases, they describe affixes, and some of them even describe proverbs and full sentences. Basically, items that are relevant, entities that are relevant only within the realm of language. So you see that on the left, there are a number of lexemes in Norwegian, in English, in Hindi, in Korean, in Persian. So lots of different languages have lots of lexemes. And they're set up in such a way that you can distinguish between things that apply to the word as a whole, things that apply to specific meanings of a word, and things that apply to different inflections of a word for those languages that inflect their words. Okay? The abstract Wikipedia is a thing you might have heard about. It was approved, if I'm not mistaken, in the summer of 2020, which was an interesting time to approve things. And 5 years later, it's still being worked on as a platform. It's a preliminary name, so you can actually vote on a name now, something James might have told you if you chatted with them recently. The idea is this will hold content of some sort that can be used by local Wikipedias to render articles of some kind in natural language. Now, the content of this abstract Wikipedia is going to be abstract. It has to be detached from any particular language constructs that are specific to, say, English or to Spanish or to French. So you see, for example, this is my envisioning of what abstract content might look like. It's just a bunch of QIDs. If you look closely, they're just QIDs, items, references to items. And you can still get a coherent sentence in Norwegian out of this content. Okay? And in the future, you can also do this for other languages as well. The intent is for this system to, of course, be powered by WikiFunctions, which is a wiki that exists now. It's been around for 2 years now. And at the moment, there are still some, of course, architecture and performance limitations which I can't go into, but there are some people here that can detail them for you a little better. But at least when I'm building the system that I'm using to envision this, I'm trying as best as I can to fit within the confines of the way WikiConference works. So I have my own presumptions to make about how this works, and other people do too, which some of them are misconceptions. There was a consultation about where abstract content lives that was closed last week. Some of these misconceptions are like, okay, there's some example pages on Meta that were created by Denny sometime in 2020. Abstract content is going to look like that. And I say to you, no, that's not necessarily going to be true. And in fact, it should be more language neutral, like the stuff that I showed on the previous slide, or I even described it on a Meta page in a newsletter myself later. Another preconception is that this is just translated from some language like English. And I'm saying that no, this is not necessarily true. My idea is that the screenshot I showed of abstract content, the items have labels, right? And you can translate those labels, and so the content itself can be readable in some language that you speak, as long as they're translated. This is, of course, before rendering into natural language text. When you're writing the content, you can still try to process it the way that you want to. Another comment, actually from the consultation, is that it's garbage that needs to be translated between languages to make work. And I just want to note that the idea with this is that you only need to write it once. So if you write an article about this venue, Civic Hall, you only need to write it once in abstract and then get it rendered in any language that you want, because the functionality to render things should only be written once. The logic for that should be general enough to deal with arbitrary kinds of sentences, arbitrary kinds of situations, and deal with one type of grammatical construct in exactly one fashion. Another preconception is that it only is set up to express one viewpoint. The way that I'm thinking about this is that, I do have on the docket, I haven't touched this yet, but ways to control parts of the output. What words do you use to describe a concept? How do I phrase this in this way? How maybe I want to exclude or include a fact that happens to be in the content itself. There are filters like this that could be added to the content to control how it's used. So that's also a possibility. And the last one, which is a little more relevant to the activities that you're going to be seeing here, are lexemes. Some languages have a lot of data about them, so someone ingests 100,000 lexemes into Wikidata for something like German, and you see that and you think, oh, my language, I use Hawaiian as an example, but I'm sure any indigenous language in North America, I also need 200,000 lexemes. And my point in this presentation is that this is absolutely false. And with respect to the activities in this workshop, you're going to see ways that we can reduce this number. And the examples are languages spoken in New York City. So in the first case, we need to first talk about, okay, how do we link between lexemes and items? How do we link between concepts in English, Yiddish, and Russian, which happen to be languages spoken in Brooklyn? The next activity is going to be, a lot of languages have compounds. You take a bunch of simple words, you put them together, and you have an expression for a concept in that other language. How do I model these compounds? There's a structure within them that we can annotate. How do we do that? In languages like German, Korean, and French, which are spoken in those three boroughs. And then the final set of activities, or I guess one activity, is sometimes languages borrow words from other languages, and they just try to approximate or keep the pronunciation of the original word as best as they can. Obviously, English is a great example of this because we borrow words all the time. But we can also do this with other languages. Maybe we borrow a word from French, we take a respelling of English words in Yiddish and use them in some other language, or we rely on the fact that a lot of languages are written very predictably, and so we can just take the way that they're written and transform them somehow into some other language. And the activities here are all going to involve Spanish. I presume, I don't actually know how many people in this audience speak Spanish. If you are, you're going to be a great help, but that's not a requirement for the purposes of this activity. It just happens that there's a lot of resources such that we can still make a lot of these techniques happen, starting from Spanish as a source. And if we have time after the activities, we can start looking at ways to generate text based on these Spanish terms, if you will. So that's essentially how the remaining hour is going to go. Are there any questions before we move on? Yes?
Are these lexemes an attempt to create a neutral language of concepts?
I would say that Wikidata itself is the language of concepts. Like the Q namespace that exists for conceptual information is that. And the lexemes are specific to individual languages. So if you have a concept like red will have a Q ID, that's the language neutral concept, but there may be an L ID for the English word red, or the Spanish word rojo, or the French word rouge, which are going to be different because they pertain to different languages.
The red ID, the Q ID, you have to explain it, your terms, because I have no idea what they are.
Okay, the next slide will talk about those concepts, and I'll make that distinction clear. I promise. Any other questions before we move on? If not, then let's move into it. Let's talk about concept links. So, to go back to your question, so QIDs are the IDs that are used with items, the second part of that parenthetical, and then lexeme senses are basically meanings that are attached to the language-specific items, the language-specific entities, the first entry in that parenthetical. So we'll talk about different links to English, Yiddish, and Russian. The questions themselves are very generic. You can apply this to any terms that you want to fill into the quotation marks, the single quotes, I mean. So first of all, we should talk about why concept links and why senses, because in previous workshops that I've done, some people don't get the point. The first of these is that, I'm using words right now, and hopefully you understand what those words mean, because those words have some meaning to them. And when we describe words, we should also describe what those words mean. Otherwise, I'm talking now, sorry, this is already pretty roundabout, but the basic idea is words have meanings, you should add them. Otherwise, we have no idea what they mean and they're just useless.
Add them to what?
Add them to the lexemes. Lexeme senses are, you'll see them during the activity if you look at the screen to your left. When we do the activities, you can see the different parts. But basically, these links between senses and items are the primary machine-readable indicators of the meaning of a particular word or phrase. Because we can go, as the diagram shows, between the concept for fun in the middle, which is an item, to an English word fun, the adjective, or the Norwegian nynorsk word, artikhet. Sorry, I don't speak Norwegian that well. And then we can also link those senses directly bypassing the item conduit to other languages like Japanese, as shown at the top, or another Norwegian nynorsk term. So these links allow us to make the connection between something like Tanoshi in Japanese and Leven in nynorsk, because without them, you can't say for certain what the words actually mean. Or if they were disconnected and you knew that there was a connection between the two, why not add the connection? That's the basic idea. And essentially, links to items are probably the easiest way to go about doing this. So the most common property you might encounter for this is a property called item for the sense. It was one of the first properties introduced for lexemes. So for instance, you have the concept of motivational speaking. That is an item which has descriptions in various languages. It has Wikipedia article links. That's the Q ID on the right. But there's I think Adam Schiff created a lexeme for motivational speaking, which has a lexeme sense, and there's a link between the two, which sort of looks like this, actually. If you go on the lexeme page, which I believe is a proper link on the slides, you will see that there's a sense, right, which has a definition. In this case, the screenshot is for railway, but it's linked to the Wikidata item for railway using this property. And likewise for the concept of a screwball and baseball, and I mentioned motivational speaking. And because of this, we can also conclude, as the screenshot shows, that railroad in English is also connected to railway, and the boekbal jernbane and then a Breton word, which I can't pronounce, also happen to mean railway because they're all linked in this way. Yes?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So by lexeme, do you mean like a specific sequence of letters, and the senses are kind of the definitions of those in different languages? Is that an accurate way?
Your definition of senses is correct. Lexemes are not, so unlike Wiktionary, lexemes can have the same spelling but still be different. Usually this is because they have different etymologies or they have different parts of speech. But yeah, they tend to be referred to specific words that may have different meanings attached.
And by word, what is your formal definition of word?
I don't have a formal definition because lexemes can be a lot of different things, as you'll see. Like, there's going to be affixes and there's going to be phrases. So it's a very diverse definition.
Sure.
I will note that this property doesn't link just nouns. Verbs, adjectives, and prepositions even can be linked to items in this one. That's the gist. You'll notice that none of these are verbs. That's because verbs use a different property, which is predicate for. The basic idea is that you might have a verb for something like to graduate, as shown in the third example, but you might have a noun for graduation, which you might also want to link to the same item, and you want to distinguish the nature of those connections. So you have a separate property which is linked the same way, but you can still get from this example that the verb that's on the screen, abiturir, I think, means to graduate, but also absolvir in Yiddish means to graduate. And there's the English and Korean verbs as well. And at the same time, for the purposes of text generation, you can also say that graduating has a person that's graduating, or that there's an institution that they're graduating from. You can make those relationships explicit, but that's a whole different workshop, and that was something that I took part in running about 2.5 months ago. There's a link to the video in the slides. And I guess the last type of link that I'll mention before we get to the activity is debitum of. This was sort of introduced a year after lexemes were launched. Basically, you want to link a term for someone from a place or something related to a place to the item for the place itself. And it so happens that in Russian, there's different terms for Parisian used as an adjective or when referring to a person, male or female. And so, just as with the previous examples, because of that link, we can see that there are, multiple related words in Russian for the concept of a Parisian, and that there are other words in other languages for that concept. You might be tempted to add a lot of these, or just lexemes in general for concepts you encounter every day. I will note that it is Wikidata. References are important, as much as you might think otherwise. And so we try to limit ourselves to those that we can find an attestation for. If you find somewhere on the internet or on social media that uses a particular lexeme, that might be a reason to create it. And in fact, I have done this for some languages like Estonian, which I don't speak, but I'm able to find resources for. So those are the links between lexemes and items that we can make. Are there any questions before we move to the activity? Yes?
I'm still not entirely clear, but so lexemes sort of correspond to things in languages, and the QIDs, are they sort of more like concepts?
Yes, they are. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And it's all stored in Wikidata?
Yes, it's all stored in wikidata.org.
Can you repeat the question? We can't hear the question.
Yes, sorry. The question was, so QIDs represent concepts and lexemes represent things in a specific language. Is that the correct understanding? And I'm saying yes, that's correct. Yeah. Anything else before we move on to the activity? First activity? Okay. All right, let's move on to the first activity, where we're going to take some Spanish lexemes and add item links to them. So, first thing you should do, and this is where your laptops come in, or your phones if you're feeling very brave. There is a link to the spreadsheet where you will be able to do some things that I will tell you about. It might be actually the next step on the slide. If you go to that spreadsheet, you will go to a particular tab for Spanish compound nouns. You have the option to self-assign yourself one of the rows in this in the spreadsheet, and once you do, what you should do is you should click on. There's a lot of links in that spreadsheet. You should click on the lexeme that's in the lexeme column B. And basically you'll see that it's a Spanish noun nominal locution, I think, is the part of speech used. And the task that you'll be doing here is essentially, first of all, saying what does this phrase mean by adding a sense, and then you're going to link that sense to the item in column C. First of all, I'm going to treat the question the other way. Who knows how to do this already? 1, 2. Okay, that's right. So that's good. That's good. We can keep watching and we'll find out how to do this. And I promise, this will make a lot of sense. I'll guide you through this best as I can. The first thing you're going to do, if you look on the Lexeme, you're going to see that there is an add sense link. There's like a heading that says senses, and there should be a link that says add sense. I want you to click on add sense. Has everyone done that so far? Anyone? Your laptop's not working? AdSense?
Where?
Oh, you see that there's there a link to AdSense somewhere? You might have to scroll down a little bit. Or are you logged in maybe? Maybe you don't have the
Do you
option.
want us to click on a particular article because I'm on the Google document?
Yes, yeah, sorry. Maybe go to click on the Lexeme in column B.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where's the Google Doc?
Oh, it's in the. Sorry, do you have the slides open? You might want to do that. I'm sorry. Let me see.
I'll look for it.
You go to the page in the.
Yeah, go to the session page. There's links to the slides.
Sure.
So which of the item are we clicking on that lesson?
Yeah, you click on the column B. You see column B is all Lexemes. Did you self-assign yourself one?
Assign next to one that you're going to do.
Yeah. Did you put your name next to one that you were going to do?
No, I have not. I haven't.
Yeah, that's step 2. And then step 3 is just click on the Lexeme and open it. Okay. All right. Anyone else still having trouble with this initial step?
The sheet isn't loading for me.
The sheet isn't loading? Oh dear, I'm sorry.
It might just be the network is overtaxed.
Oh, that's a possibility. I don't know. Yes.
Are we sort of contributing to Wikidata? Is that?
Yes, that's the entire point of this.
We have our names attached in case we make a mistake or we should be held responsible for something or other. Or I mean,
you're interested in this presentation. I'm not going to hold you responsible for anything. But don't vandalize though. That's not an incitement to vandalism. I promise. But
I sort of didn't mean that. I just meant like if everybody contributes, then everyone's doing different outputs on these different languages, and some of them might conflict, and some people might disagree with others. So, are we doing something permanent, or are we just sort of doing this for ourselves?
So this is a permanent thing, but all of the examples in these activities are designed to be worked on the same way. As in, you can sort of notice that all of these are 2-word Spanish phrases. I'll explain this later, but the instructions are going to be the same regardless of the entry you choose in the spreadsheet.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. The instructions are the same, but
I am giving you license to do these things. Please don't be afraid if a Spanish speaker goes
all
after
right, but I
you.
really want to know what are we accomplishing? Are we doing are we contributing to Wikidata?
Yes, you are.
And is that going to and everyone else can see what we've contributed?
Yes.
And make use of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we can't touch other people's stuff, I guess.
Yes, you can.
Just yeah.
You can do
Yeah.
just what you did. You do whatever you like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If you get it wrong, someone will fix it.
Right, and that
It's a wiki.
also might be me, and I'll still be happy that you're the one that contributed in the first place.
I mean,
I'll thank you. I'll put Barnstorers on your page. Please don't feel bad about this. Honestly.
There are many articles in Wikipedia, but there are enough editors to sort of keep track of it. But there are many, tens of thousands of words for each language, and I don't know, is anyone who's going to be able to keep track of that stuff?
I do that. Actually, though, like
Not the only one.
that's going to be my entertainment on the train ride when I leave New York. Okay.
Lifetime.
Yeah. Anyway, a lifetime too. Anyway, let's move on to the actual activity. Shall we? Does anyone have the spreadsheet open that can open it? I understand you have network issues. Whoever can open it, have they opened it? Cool. And you're on the Lexeme page, the column B. Cool. So the first thing you want to do, click on Add Sense. There should be like 2 headings, senses and forms. I want you to click on the Add Sense link. What should show up is a text box of some kind, which will provide you the opportunity to choose a language in which you want to define this. By which I mean, if you want to talk about the concept of red, you might describe it differently in English versus in French, or not the concept of red, the English word red. You might describe it differently in different languages. So I presume all of you might want to define this in English. So yeah, you can type EN, and you should be prompted with English as a language in which to define, which to provide a definition. This is the human readable part. We're not at the machine readable part yet, but the human readable part is important. Yes?
Why is it called gloss?
Gloss is a term used in dictionary references to refer to like a short description of what the meaning is. Yeah. Although in practice, a lot of these tend to be really long because Wikidata's descriptions are very long.
So you said description. So would it be fair to just take the description from the Wikidata item and put that here?
Take the Spanish description of the Wikidata item and put it in there for Spanish.
Okay.
For English, you should probably just define the word. Like, in this example, I'll move to the next step. Sorry. Yeah. The next step, see, the example uses lexical stress as an item, which, if I'm defining acento lexico in Spanish, then I might use a more complex phrase to define it. Whereas if I'm defining acento lexico for the English speaker, I might just use lexical stress or lexical accent. Does that sort of make sense? You want to describe the concept of this thing in column C to the speaker of the language that's reading the lexeme page. Maybe you're learning Spanish and you want to learn what an acento lexico is. So if you see a definition in Spanish, then that's not going to be meaningful to you. An English definition would help you more.
So, but so for the English definition, should I just put the translation?
Yes.
Term? Okay. So it's okay.
Precisely.
Okay. So just it can be 2 words.
Exactly. Yes. In English, yes, it can be 2 words. That's all you should do.
Sorry, I got lost. Sorry to join back. I'm sorry. So I already on the page.
Yes.
And I clicked on the AdSense.
Yes.
And I have language and gloss.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying to understand what I'm supposed to do there.
Yes. Put English.
English. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just going to leave it at that. Put English.
Okay.
Okay. And the next step is to essentially put in the definition of the word, which, for the purposes of this workshop, since we're halfway, just put the English translation. And then once you have done that, the next step is to click publish. Do not click add. People get confused when they click add and then they wonder, okay, why are there 2 more text boxes? Click publish. And the moment you do this, you have officially added a meaning to the noun phrase, to the Spanish noun phrase that you're looking at. But we're not done. Sorry. Before I move on, has everyone published their definition? Okay. Are you still having network problems, you on the back? Okay, sounds good. Just want to be sure. Right, the next step is actually adding the item link, and then we'll get to that really quickly. So the next step is you need to look for the sense that you created. Underneath the sense, not above it, there is a link to add statement, which is also something that confuses people a lot because the links are all put together and you can't really distinguish between them. So there should be a heading like statements about some LSID corresponding to the thing you just made. Click add statement underneath that. Once you click on this, you should be prompted to choose a property for which you will type in the words item for this sense. There's only one property type named item for this sense, so that should be the first thing that comes up and you should select it. So type item for this sense. Right? As soon as you do that, sorry, I keep going too fast, apparently. So are everyone at this point so far? Cool. Right. Then the next step is to basically take the link from column C, which is basically the item that you're going to link to, and you're going to paste this into the value box. It should be enough to just copy and paste the link. I think it will resolve to the right item automatically. If it does not resolve to the item whose label you see in the spreadsheet, please let me know. And we can see what link. Yeah. And then once you are able to supply that item, you can click publish on the statement box that you see. And then basically what happens is you've officially established a link between a Spanish 2-word phrase and a Wikidata item. Between the Spanish 2-word linguistic element for a particular concept and the concept itself. Once you click publish on that statement. Yes?
So for each of the languages I did Spanish also.
Sure.
So that was okay. So I linked to the item there too, right? For all of them?
Oh, you added a Spanish definition to the same sense?
Yeah.
Oh, you just one link to the item is sufficient for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
For just on the one sense that you added, you can add the link to the item, and that'll be enough.
but I added English and Spanish. I guess my question is.
Wait, did you add two senses?
Yeah.
That's not what you're supposed to do, sorry.
That's one sentence in two languages.
Yeah. We don't make a distinction between definitions. And so if I go back to, where was it? If I go back to this, if you were to see the box and everything, if you were to click add, you would be prompted for another language. That's where you would put Spanish, and that's where you put the Spanish definition.
Yeah.
Add is for glosses. So are you saying you added two senses or two glosses on the same sense?
Two senses.
That's yeah. So delete the second sense and move the gloss on that to the first one.
Okay.
You should be that's where clicking add comes in.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Could not remove due to an error.
Yeah. Oh boy, yes, the network is very much overloaded. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Has anyone else got to this point where they've added the item link to the sense? All good? Okay. All right, sounds good. Any other questions before we move to the next? Yeah.
Why is it not just sufficient to add the item link? Why do I also have to add definitions of this sense in various languages? Shouldn't the item link give you everything you need to know?
So the real answer is that this was, I think, an artifact of how this was designed. I believe that it is a useful artifact because sometimes you might have the same concept which is expressed very differently with different connotations, used in different places, right?
Right.
And those distinctions also can live as statements, but sometimes they can't really meaningfully live in any statement quite yet. Until that is done, that's where the human readable aspect comes into play. So you can specify these things in advance of a future, specifying connection. Just noticing this is really timing out too much. I'm hoping it's the live stream's not messing up every time the screen times out.
Yeah, the live stream keeps going.
Okay, sounds good.
It's a camera, basically.
Okay, gotcha. Right. Okay, sounds good. Everyone done with theirs? No, any other questions before we move to the next topic? Okay, sounds good. In that case, let's move on to assembling expressions. You saw that you've added an item, you've modified a Spanish noun phrase, which is composed of two words. It's not a single word, it's not an affix or anything that's unified, but it is composed of multiple parts, and there's some relationship between the parts. How do we indicate that? In languages like German and Korean and French. First of all, why do we do this? Well, the simple answer is that if we do that, we can start to rely on lexemes from other languages, like German, to produce equivalents in your own language, whatever that may be. I use German just because there's so many German lexemes out there, and they happen to be all compounds. It dramatically reduces the number of lexemes that need to be made in your target language. As long as you have the parts in your language, you can build the whole, essentially. The diagram on the left is a little more extreme example where I've decomposed an adverb in English into multiple parts and reassembled them in Turkish to produce something meaningfully equivalent. I did run this by a Turkish speaker, and I think he said this would be understood. There are other ways that this could be assembled, but this is just one way. And as noted before, the logic for actually putting these things together, which is the step that you see in some of the rows, is again written once per language and then just run everywhere that it's needed. And this can be done, and this is important, in a lot of different ways. This is an important part. Obviously, for these other language lexemes, you still need to know what these things mean, because sometimes the combining behavior may differ depending on the meaning of the word in some predictable fashion. Or perhaps when a word combines with other words, different meanings are intended, and you want to distinguish those whenever that combination happens. So for example, German, obviously the quintessential example of noun-noun compounds. So here's a word, Weltmeisterschaft, right? It's a very confusing word which has no clear meaning to you as far as, okay, what do the parts of this mean? What are the parts of this? Obviously the screenshot gives you the answer that this is composed of Schach and Weltmeisterschaft. But Weltmeisterschaft is itself a compound, right? And it too can be split into Welt and Meisterschaft. And now you see that we have a word Schach, meaning chess, you have a word Welt, meaning world, and you have Meisterschaft, which is like a championship. So if you put these equivalents in your language together, you might get something like Chess World Championship. And indeed, that's what Schachweltmeisterschaft means. It's a chess world championship. And this is certainly true for a number of other lexemes, like Kindersportschule, which is just like child sport in school, a sports school for children, I guess. And we don't need an English lexeme for chess world championship. We don't need an English lexeme for children's sports school, because these German lexemes are modeled in this way. We can reassemble the parts from the corresponding English parts to form the coherent whole that is, each of these compounds. And this is true for other languages as well. Compounding is a very almost universal process. I think there are some exceptions to this, but this can be applied literally most everywhere. There are some qualifiers that describe how they go together. This is not the subject of this talk. I'm not going to go into those details, but you can certainly read more about them if you'd like at the link in the slide. Those dependency relationships are also important for splitting verbs. A lot of languages have this thing where they split a verb, where a lot of verbs are split into like a noun plus a part meaning like to do or to give or to bring or something very general, right? And Korean is a great example of this because the first part of this verb meaning is a noun, and then the second part is the common basic element, right? And when you think about the meanings of the first word, which is just like different aspects of love, I guess, it turns out that the verb, which is composed of these parts, has equivalent meanings, or corresponding meanings, if I may, in terms of the action of loving versus to love.
I see that. He's using the PA.
So, if you
turn up the PA.
Basically the gist is, if you have
Maybe
only
ask
a
the AV
noun
guys.
for a particular
I'm just
action,
the volunteer. Yeah,
you can still get to a possible verb phrase for that
all I
same
know how to do
action
is turn it off.
as an approximation of what the verb in that original.
Are you talking about the audio?
And
Yeah.
this is true for not just for Korean verbs, Persian, Hindi, Turkish, I think, Japanese, if you know Japanese verbs, and things of that sort that can be split in this way. And if you know how they split these, you can make equivalents.
They're figuring out.
The last part, and I'm not sure we'll be able to get to the corresponding activity for this, is like derivations. Prefixes, suffixes, affixes, things like that. Things that you attach to other words. And if you have a verb like, if you have an adverb like lentement in French, it's a combination of the word meaning slow and then an affix which turns the adjective into an adverb. Likewise, you can change an adjective into another adjective with a particular prefix, or you can change a verb to another verb with a particular prefix. And the particular modifications that are made to those words are things that can be applied sort of consistent.
We're gonna experiment and see if we can get people online to hear you.
They're having a hard time hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Even with the microphone, you mean?
Yeah, so maybe if we move you closer to the owl.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that might be an issue. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Is there another place I can plug that in then?
Yeah, there should be an outlet on this side as well.
Gotcha. All right. And while this is being worked on, are there any questions about this notion of modeling how parts are put together in expressions and things like that? Yes?
Just a clarification. I think you've mentioned this, but it doesn't generate these productively unless there's another lexeme entry for the combined word, right? Like, I'm not going to make Chess World Championship from whole cloth. I need to know that is a word already in German.
Yeah, and then you know that the parts exist in German, and you just translate the parts in.
So I'm not going to generate like retalk to say talk again.
Yeah, unless retalk exists as a concept in some other way. Yeah.
Well, no, but like if someone had linked that to the Wikidata item, you would be able to find it down.
Where's the link to the live stream?
Yeah, no, I'm saying it's not going to generate the English word retalk just because it knows the pieces for re.
Yeah, the combination of that has to exist in some other language.
I've done that and it wasn't.
combined this way, then it can then
For
generate
you.
in other languages knowing how to
So
synthesize. I mean,
in practice,
How do you get
would
the
we
list?
look for that in like Wikidata to
think we'll
see if we
have to
can
go
find
to-
it in some other language that we can reuse? Is that the idea?
That's the way I've been doing things. You know, a lot of people import a bunch of lexemes, and while we don't know what they mean, once we discover what they mean, we discover that they're actually potentially useful. I do this a lot with Estonian, actually, because there's a lot of Estonian words which turn out to have very nice composing properties, and I annotate the lexemes to take advantage of those, and things work out really well. Anything else before we move on to the next activity? Alright, in that case, let's move to the next activity, which is essentially adding these links. The first few steps should be very similar. If you don't have the spreadsheet open, if you haven't self-assigned yourself, if you haven't clicked on the lexeme to open the page, anyone who hasn't done these things already and still needs to do them. If that is not the case, then we can move on to making some links between lexemes. So we see columns D and E are basically the words that appear in the phrase that is in column D, and your job is to essentially make a link between these. And the way this is going to work is as follows. Again, these are just nouns followed by adjectives, and this is true for all the entries in the spreadsheet. Right? So the first thing you will need to do, if you have the lexeme open, right? All y'all ready to go? Okay. First thing you'll need to do is, this time, look for the add statement.
Sorry about that. That's me.
That appears above the senses heading. So, because this combination of words is not specific to a particular meaning, we can say it applies to the whole lexeme. So we'll click on the add statement link that appears right before the heading that says senses.
So under identifiers.
Once you have that link clicked, you can then search for the property combines lexemes, which has a very sort of redundant description, but I don't know how much better you can really make it. Everyone with me so far? Okay. Once you have combines lexemes chosen, you'll see that that column D is going to be the first word in the compound. I want you to copy the link from column D and then paste it into the value for the particular property. Right? So in this case, I have acento lexico. I'm going to say that acento lexico is a phrase that combines acento to start. And then, okay, everyone done that already? Please do not click publish yet. That is an explicit step in each of these activities. Don't click publish yet, because there are some things we have to specify. And each of these has a reason for being, so I'll start with, first of all, Wikidata statements are not inherently ordered, because when you use the query service, the results that you get can be in any random order, and they're still technically correct. So you have to impose an order, which word comes first. You have to specify that with a qualifier. So underneath or next to the value, you should see a link to add qualifier. I want you to click on add qualifier. And once you click on add qualifier, you will be prompted with a box for another property. And I want you to use the property series ordinal, which you may be familiar with if you use Wikidata for a lot of other places where you need to impose an order. When you click on series ordinal, we will specify, at least for the first word, that this appears first. The 1 is the series ordinal that you have to specify. And basically, you're going to do this 2 more times, and just as a note, the actual header for column D tells you the values you need to put in. You need to do this a couple more times because for syntax reasons I can get into after the workshop, there's essentially the gist is that this is an acento lexico is an acento, so we say that it's the root of the compound. That's what syntactic root is, and it's a convention in computational linguistics to mark the root as 0. So those are the values that you need to specify as further qualifiers on the lexeme that you're looking at. And I'll give you a few minutes to do that. Please let me know when you manage to make that happen. Yes. Oh, you got it? Okay. Anyone else having trouble with this? Please let me know when you have that finished. The punchline is once you have that finished, you can click publish. That that's on the next slide actually, but everyone else good so far? I'll wait for one more confirmation. Yes? Do you have a question?
Yeah, where can we find the head position?
Oh, sorry, P9764 is the property ID. Yeah, it's a long property name, so the spreadsheet column D's header only uses the property ID. But I'm pretty sure if you look for head position, it should show up.
So syntactic dependency?
Yes.
Dependency head relation.
Yes, it's all syntactic stuff. Which again, I'm happy to describe what this means after the workshop. But that's not entirely important for the purposes of talking about, putting things together.
So we have 3 qualifiers.
Yes, that's correct.
For each of the first one.
Yes. You have them all added? You good? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Since we're running out of time, this will probably be the last activity, but I do want to show with one of your lexemes how this will work in some other language. So the last step, of course, is to publish, as I mentioned before. But the unfortunate next step is that you're going to have to do this again with the second column. With column E, you're going to have to repeat all these steps with slightly different values. Where this is, I insisted at the beginning that you should have the slides open to go back to the instructions. I can go back to the instructions after I'm done talking, but
It's also
basically
going to be combined. The second one is also going to be combined dyslexia.
Yes, that's correct.
I see, but it would be
With
it's
the
not
adjective, not
root,
noun.
it's not
Yeah.
there's only 2.
Yeah, it's column E. Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. And then, you can specify slightly different series ordinal because it's the second word in the compound as opposed to the first. And then the syntactic properties are slightly different because an acento lexico is not a lexico, it's an acento. But the acento is lexico for some definition of lexico. And so that relationship, it's a dependency, right? The lexico is reliant on there being something to describe it, that it describes. So that's what those 2 values mean, essentially. Anyone else having trouble with the second statement? Are you done with the second statement? Or?
And the second one will be a second statement.
Yes.
Also with combined dyslexia.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's correct. Yeah, it's the second statement with combined dyslexia.
Okay, you understand what I'm doing.
Okay, so this is the other end of the process.
Why is it a second statement and not an additional value in the?
Well, I mean, you have to add another. I guess it would be another value, but
Right, because it originally gives me an error if I try to publish. Not an error. It gives me a warning or validation sort of warning if I had just one value.
Yeah, so you have to add the second one. Yeah.
Right, so it's not a separate statement.
Well,
Is it?
okay, yeah. Well, in the interface it would be a separate value, but internally it's a separate statement. So when I say separate statement, the end result should be the same if you click add statement versus add value in the interface.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. Okay, interesting.
Like on a Wikidata item, if you scroll to the top and you add an identifier, it'll show up on the bottom, especially if there's another.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so does anyone have their 2 combined statements done? Yes. Okay. We are running out of time, but I do want to. So I'm just going to jump to the epilogue actually because I do want to show you some ways in which we can use some of the lexemes that you created. Hamza, if you want to help me out here, so basically I'm going to show you some more abstract content. Sort of see there's I rendered this earlier. But you don't have to know what it means, but basically it's all IDs. You might recognize some names that are kind of relevant. And see, you don't even know abstract content and you know what this says, right? Don't you? Yeah, good. That's the mindset I want you to have. When looking at abstract content, because of the fact that these are Wikidata item IDs, you can translate the item IDs, and if you know how the things are put together, you can tell what this means. That's the goal here. I'm not expecting you to know this in 10 minutes, but that's the idea here. And like this is a separate Wikidata this is I had to write this JavaScript, applet to put in text and then render it into QIDs. Actually, I can probably here. This is a text file, right? This is a text file. I'm actually going to refresh the page so that it's gone. I'm going to paste in the text. Yeah, so I pasted in this text in the text file. I'm going to click validate. When it's validated, then all of these get resolved into their item IDs. I can change the format to different language. So you see context, prédicat, compréhension, we can try this in another language, maybe that doesn't have many labels, like Punjabi. And there's, all the labels get resolved. That just sort of tells you that if you want to translate the actual underlying part, the items, that you can make the abstract content readable even without rendering. When you do render it, however, and I'm going to do this in Norwegian, and I was hoping that Johan Jonsson would still be here to verify that this means what Nova Lingua thinks it means. What should come out is a number of sentences that look sort of like this, and the translation that I understand this to be is as follows. I'll start with this, and then Hamza, you can tell me if you set up any of the other nouns. So this is 4 sentences. I know Bengali, like know isn't to understand. Richard Knight-Pell is a hero. That's a true statement. Andrew Lee is brave. Also another true statement. And then this last part is not really true because I did not eat pasta. I do eat pasta, I guess. And you eat sauce. Weak sauce, I guess. So yes, that's 4 different sentences in abstract content. No reliance on, the only real reliance here is on this lexeme sense. Everything else is QIDs and I guess timestamps. So yeah, what's a noun phrase that has been modeled properly?
So the lexemes that I think ended up being the senses for lexical, clinical, and electronic. So those adjectives.
Okay. Oh yeah, sure. Okay. So can you provide me the lexeme, the sense ID for clinical? Or yeah, the sense ID for clinical. I'm just going to modify this using one of the lexemes that was used in the workshop. Nine four two. 543. Okay. So, oh dear. Okay. So this should still validate, I believe. Yeah. I think it validates. No. Okay. This is not a perfect system, but it does work really well if you copy paste the text and then modify it afterwards. So this is going to be this L942 543 S1. This should validate, and then what should come out is not that Andrew Lee is brave, but that Andrew Lee is clinical. There we go. See, Andrew Lee is clinical. Yeah. What about a noun phrase? Like maybe not the actions, but maybe is there a noun phrase that?
Well, we've just linked pink diamond with this activity.
What's the item ID?
The item ID is 16191.
Pink diamond. Okay. Cool. Let's try it. So Richard Knight-Pell is not going to be a hero. He's going to be. Pink diamond. Yes. Yes. You get the idea. So you just need to do the abstract content. But yeah, here we go. Richard Knight-Pell is a pink diamond. and see, there is no lexeme for pink diamond in Norwegian. We took the Spanish lexeme, broke it up, converted the parts, and put it back together. And who did the pink diamond lexeme? Or the parts, I mean. Oh, you did the parts? Oh, you did the parts for that? Okay, well, thank you. Well, what about someone else? Well, what other lexemes? I want to try it.
Okay.
Yeah?
Novella social. So we want the sense is
or what's the item?
L1235008.
Okay, sorry, L1
1235008.
Right, cool. I think the item ID would have sufficed for this purpose, but sure, I'll try it again. Let's see if it actually works. Did you link social by chance? Or novel? Okay, that's because yeah, we might have to fix that. So there might not be a link between Spanish social and Bookmal social. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's so. Yeah, the nature of that error is usually not shown, but like that's probably what it is. I also realized I'm really short on time, but I do want to try another phrase if it works.
So apparently,
What's the other? Are there any others? Sorry? Okay, sounds good. That's done. I'll show you. I can show you afterwards what this looks like. Thank you all for attending the workshop.
Hi everyone, my name is Robin, and
I'm Olympia.
And we're going to be giving a little talk here on queer pasts, presents, and futures, the role of Wikipedia in LGBTQ narratives, and we're going to also be talking about a program we run that incorporates the use of Wikipedia and its programming called Queer History Club. So we'll talk a little bit about that. As I said, my name is Robin. Username Robin is adorable. I use she, her pronouns. I've been editing Wikipedia for the past couple of years, mainly editing topics around LGBTQ issues, culture, and music. Also, I'm a co-facilitator for Queer History.
And my name is Alethea. I'm very new to the Wikipedia world. I am a therapist, I'm a social worker, and I work for a nonprofit and community space called the Women's Initiative in Charlottesville, Virginia, that provides free therapy for women and gender-expansive folks. So just to start with, we're talking about queer issues, which means we wanted to just add a content warning. There might be homophobia, transphobia, and some mental health struggles coming up from this.
So we just wanted to start this presentation talking about kind of the key takeaways, key points we'll be discussing. The first of which is, maybe not actually in particular order, the first of which I'll talk about is how we use Wikipedia as a tool of preservation for LGBTQ+, or what we'll probably use throughout here is queer narratives. How we use Queer History Club to share queer history and queer stories, and maybe a little bit more importantly, how we actually use this program to build strong communities locally in person. And finally, we'll talk a little bit about the current needs and towards the future of what queer preservation looks like using Wikipedia, and how we can use Wikipedia to kind of strengthen our communities, queer or otherwise. So we just wanted to talk about LGBTQ or queer narratives and what exactly these are. So for those who may not know, when we're talking about this, when we refer to queer or LGBTQ+, we are intentional but expansive. So that's going to be including lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, etc., etc. Essentially, if you consider yourself a part of this community, you are in the community. And when we talk about narratives, we're talking about information. We are talking about experiences, perspectives, and stories. And so when we combine these two definitions of queer and narratives, we get a whole different world of scopes and perspectives. A lot of these narratives and stories include tales of visibility and representation. They often include struggles, problems, challenges, both personally and in the face of societies and people that may not tolerate them. It includes stories and narratives of empowerment, and the empowerment of one's identity, right, in the face of these struggles, and also intersectionality. So how this queer identity intersects or interacts with other aspects of identity, and that can include things like race, religion, class, age, and disability status. And when we talk about queer narratives, I don't know if this microphone's working. So
It's not working. It's not working.
Eat it. I have to eat it?
Oh, wait, now see?
No. Try it. Can you hear me if I talk like this?
Yes, you're
okay.
good.
Thank you.
Because that's what we've been listening to.
Great. So we talk about these perspectives. We're also talking about.
Just another phone.
Oh, okay. Hello. We're also talking about different scopes. So a lot of people think of.
Oh, you just turned it off.
I see it.
He's working on it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Different worlds. So when we say worlds, I mean quite literally the whole world. So international stories. We can think on the country or national level, the local level. We can think about cultural or social narratives, even like legal narratives, and a lot of times personal narratives. So this is going from the whole world right to the macro to the micro. So this includes a lot of different things. And why are we even talking about this? Who cares about queer narratives or queer people, right? I would say we should care about everybody, all people. But I think at this time and throughout a lot of history, right, queer people and their narratives have been repressed and discriminated against These are just some headlines I've grabbed recently that kind of exemplify this attack on both narratives and people. We often think about what's happening here in the United States, given recent political changes in governance, but it also includes worldwide, right? So we're at a very difficult time, right, in history, and it's very important to acknowledge that this sort of repression is happening.
So what kind of effects is this oppression having on queer people? There's a lot of thoughts about queer people experiencing a lot more mental health struggles, twice as likely to experience depression and anxiety. We see queer people avoiding public spaces with fears around safety. But when I'm sitting in a session with a patient in front of me, how does this actually show up? And a lot of times what we'll see is a lot of isolation. People feel a lot of social anxiety, and overall there is a lot of desire for more queer community and queer spaces. I hear about that all the time.
Thank you.
And so we want to talk a little bit about Queer History Club. So this is a program that happens at the Women's Initiative where I work. It's hosted by Mosaic, which is our queer program, and it's in person, and it happens twice a month, and we meet for about an hour and a half. It's open to all queer folks, 18 and up, and we talk about a lot of different topics, so kind of ranging from ancient history to the present and all around the world. When talking about building queer spaces, I think it's really important to talk about affirming spaces, and I like to bring this in anywhere I can because I'm really passionate about disability justice and neurodiversity. And I think that a big thing that we kind of hear about and is kind of maybe the forefront of it is like having warm ambient lighting, maybe having a low stim room, maybe having some fidget toys. But we like to also have other kind of specific aspects when we're working in community and building queer community. Things like making sure to say names and pronouns when a new person enters the room, low stress kind of icebreakers that help to sort of build that sense of community. And then also when dealing with like an educational context, like Queer History Club isn't just a social group, it's also educational. So kind of a corrective experience around education. So it's something like we don't have to wait till the end to do questions and comments welcome throughout. If you need to leave, if you're feeling activated, go out of the room. And yeah, just being welcoming overall.
So what do we actually talk about in Queer History Club? Well, I guess if we talk about queer history, these topics are often pretty diverse, right? Alethea said earlier that it covers things that can be considered ancient to modern. We tend to talk about things all across the world, right? So we have, of course, some studies or some topics from people, places, events in North America, but we try to bring a perspective of queerness throughout the world, from different continents and different eras. For example, we just want to highlight some of these topics of different sessions. For example, we have the Hijra of South Asia. So this is a group often considered like a third gender, but they're considered like a gender expansive people. Again, in South Asia, you tend to think of them in India, and they're what we, I guess, in the West would call trans femme, right? We talked about this scientist, Dr. Alan L. Hart. So Alan L. Hart was a trans man in the early 20th century in the United States. And something we learned about him, because we were doing just general research on like, how do we know about like queer scientists or trans scientists? His story is really remarkable, but one of his main contributions, right, as a researcher, is that he was a pioneer in the field of tuberculosis detection and treatment. And as a direct result of his studies, like he likely saved hundreds, if not hundreds of thousands of lives due to improvements in detection of tuberculosis. Some other people we've talked about, so aside from scientists, we've talked about this woman named Lucy Hicks Anderson, again from the United States in the early 20th century, mainly in like Southern California. She was a trans woman, and she was considered the toast of the town. She was a socialite, and one of her claims to fame is that she was one of the first documented Black trans Americans, which is pretty remarkable given that it took until I think the 1940s, right, for her to actually claim that title. But she has a really interesting story, including fights with the law and the legal system that were involved with her gender. We've also talked about more broader topics such as queer fashion. So we had like a 2-part series on queer fashion, mainly talking about how do queer people influence fashion, how does fashion influence queer people, how gender roles are interacting in that performance of gender, in that how you dress and show yourself to the world, and importantly, how you communicate, or how some people communicate their queerness and their identity through fashion, or through accessories, or through hairstyles, and how that changes over time.
One of the queer history clubs we wanted to highlight was that as we were organizing, we realized that one of the meetings fell on August 12th, which for our town is an anniversary of a terrorist attack by the far right. And so at first we were like, should we talk about that? Should we talk about kind of topics around the world that reflect that? And we thought, I think we want to do something that feels a little bit more uplifting and celebratory, and will bring people together. And we thought, like, where would I want to be on August 12th? Where do I want to be? And so we thought about doing a look into queer history of Charlottesville. And initially when we were researching it, we were like, you know, there's really not that much online. There's nothing on Wikipedia about it. We were kind of Googling it, we were looking at, you know, different resources, and Charlottesville is a college town, but you could say it's sort of a sleepy southern town, and so one could think from looking it up that there's really not that much queer history. And as we kind of dove deeper into it, we found out that there's actually a ton of queer history, and through looking at archived newspapers throughout the years, we really found that there's just kind of this huge wealth of information. We ended up putting together a presentation on it and gathered a ton of people in a packed room and got to have a really, really positive and supportive day. It was a really amazing experience. So how have we used Wikipedia in developing Queer History Club? So as a really, really new person in using Wikipedia, and especially in the community, I really found it to be an amazing way, as I'm looking into a topic, to connect the dots. So for example, we did a Queer History Club on queer undertones in early cinema, and I was looking up Tennessee Williams and an article on him, and was seeing kind of some of his plays that were turned into movies. I ended up in an article about Katharine Hepburn, and then I looked and was seeing, oh, she was in these John Cukor movies, and then he's an openly gay director, or kind of an open secret at the time. And then ended up looking into her article and seeing that there were thoughts that she also may have been queer. So just kind of interesting ways of using Wikipedia to kind of connect these dots, synthesize information. We use Wikimedia Commons for images a lot. So there's lots of ways that it's used.
And so Wikipedia has been a really vital resource for Queer History Club, but we would be remiss not to talk about some of the limitations with Wikipedia, and how maybe thinking about how we can maybe improve Wikipedia as a tool or as a resource for our club. So one of the limitations, and as you can likely imagine, is that there's missing topics, right? Alethea mentioned the queer history of Charlottesville. If you saw one of the headlines, it said UVA, which is short for the University of Virginia, our local college, was becoming this is I think in the 70s, was becoming like this hub of trans-affirming, gender-affirming surgeries. And the doctor who was primarily responsible for that and was heading that program previously at Johns Hopkins was this man named Dr. Milton Edgerton. Nothing about him there, which is really interesting given his prominence in the field at the time and his mark in queer history, right? In addition to missing topics, we have topics that have less coverage, maybe even inaccurate information, which I won't get into. For example, there's an article about queer culture in the southern United States, which could vastly use some improvement. And there's also, in addition to the missing things, there are articles that have been made but then have been deleted. So they're considered not notable enough, or for whatever reason, they are deleted. So there's information out there, but it may not be on Wikipedia for various reasons. Another challenge we have is that it's like, well, we've been doing all this research. It's like, why don't we just edit Wikipedia? Or our group members, right? And have that as part of our program. And I think that is something we'd like to do. However, one of the issues we come across a lot is that there is sort of this kind of high barrier of entry to editing Wikipedia. It's a kind of a challenging platform for some people if you're not familiar, just with Wikipedia or even just with technology in general. And this is particularly hard for people who, in our personal experience, like who are busy, have a lot of issues going on, and really can't have the time to sit down and do research, or may not even know how to do the research. So that's something we're actively thinking about in terms of that space using Wikipedia. I wanted to just mention briefly a little bit more about the role of Wikipedia in queer narratives, and especially its role in combating misinformation, erasure, disinformation. And I want to talk about some different ways Wikipedia does this in case you're not familiar. So like I said, or like we've been pretty much saying earlier, and as you know, Wikipedia is this tremendous source of knowledge, media, data from all sorts of topics, including queer topics. For example, I recommend you check out this top 10, I believe it's top core articles as maintained by Wiki LGBTQ studies that are considered very important or very substantial in the queer information space. There are a number of different user communities and projects that are going on. I mentioned Wiki Project LGBTQ studies, but we also have Wikimedia LGBT, Wikidata LGBT. For the first time this year, I participated in Wiki Loves Pride, which is an annual event. It's kind of like a competition initiative to increase the amount of queer and LGBT content on Wikipedia by making new articles, uploading images, making edits. And there is a annual Queer Wikipedia online virtual conference, which is actually happening on Friday, which I highly recommend you attend and check out, whether you're queer or not. What's happening and what are people thinking and talking about. As Alethea mentioned earlier, I particularly also really love Wikimedia Commons as a repository for and documentation for queer culture in the form of imagery and different sorts of media. For example, this is a category on Wikimedia Commons for the annual Dyke March in New York City. It's like a lesbian protest march. And you can see this has actually been going on for 30 plus years. As I mentioned earlier, there's some missing gaps, right? But for what we do have, there's like some pretty good imagery of documenting this really important and substantial event, right, in the queer community here in New York. Wikipedia is great not only for documenting different histories and queer perspectives and narratives, it's also, right, kind of like active in shaping them and I don't want to say giving commentary, but there are things that are currently happening that influences Wikipedia and vice versa. I wanted to call your attention to this arbitration case for the page Transgender Healthcare and People, in which I won't get into too much details because I think it's a really long thing, as someone was explaining to me earlier. But essentially, there are people with political motivations to edit the content on Wikipedia, right, for their own ends. And this is an active area of issue that, fortunately, we do have arbitration committees, but is very much something that we have to consider. And the decisions we make in this rate are going to set precedents for how this content and any sort of bad faith actors are handled in the future. I also wanted to point to this article. This is a new article about a trans woman from Bangladesh. She's an activist, and she is currently facing kind of like repression and state, I'd say state violence because of her gender, because she is trans. And this is something that maybe not would get much coverage, It does have a Wikipedia article now, and maybe her story can get out there. This is something that's ongoing. So these are just some issues, some things to think about when we're talking about queer topics in Wikipedia.
So where does this leave us, and how do we connect these worlds of the local and in-person, the global and the virtual? And we would just like to say that when you create an affirming space, you can help to nurture and foster community. And by doing that, you help people who are struggling with mental health issues and help to lessen isolation and increase a sense of safety.
And in addition to that, I think this really highlights the need to continue supporting not only official like Wiki LGBT initiatives, but just creating more queer content on Wikipedia in general, whether you're editing articles, creating articles, adding images, creating Wikidata entries, or if you're, as we saw with some presentations in the conference, right, or you're creating tools and different platforms to kind of lower barriers so that more people from different diverse backgrounds, diverse perspectives can access and contribute and become a part of the Wikipedia community, you know, adding ultimately to this really enriching ecosystem. And with all of this, right, this is how we build communities, right? This is how we build strong communities, as we are in a community here right now at Wikipedia. But we can also do this in real life, and by doing this, I think that's ultimately the way we counter erasure and repression of both information and of people. And so with that,
we want to thank the Women's Initiative and Mosaic. We want to thank Hyacinth, who's the founder of Queer History Club.
and of course we want to thank the WikiConference North America staff, volunteers, everyone who's helped put this together, and of course everyone here and virtually who's given the time to watch our presentation. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you all so much. You're appreciated.
Yes, so I have seen, my name is Urbana, nice to meet you everyone, from the Water Community College, psychology student. I have a question about, I have seen too much disinformation online, especially nowadays against trans community, against LGBT community, and they are creating this horrible disinformation using social media, especially powerful agencies like the White House, like Donald Trump, posting just the horrible post I can't even imagine against trans community. So do you think that Wikipedia have an important role fighting against disinformation that these spheres of power are creating in our society?
Thank you. Thank you. Would you like me to take that? So essentially, just to summarize your question, it's like, what is the role of Wikipedia in the face of like really powerful forces such as the United States government, right? Actively suppressing or creating misinformation. I mean, I would turn to everyone in this room to ask about that. Because I think, Wikipedia is like one of the, if not the preeminent source of like open knowledge in the world that's community made and crafted. It's inherently like democratic. It has principles of not being biased, and I think it has a lot of cultural sway. Like people, when you Google things, like when you search for things on the internet, like Wikipedia is usually one of the first sources. Like people trust Wikipedia. I think it's our duty, right, to counter misinformation, whether it's coming from some troll online or if it's coming from some troll in the White House, right? I think it's really important that we back that up, right, with facts and evidence and stick with the facts and evidence and the truth, right? That's ultimately how we're going to do that. And continuing to do our project at Wikipedia, I think we do that, and we do that by strengthening our community ties. I think we can accomplish a lot and try to fight that.
Thank you all so much, and please feel free to come and ask any other questions.
Say hi. You're welcome to send me a message on Wikipedia if you have any questions.
about artificial intelligence to support editors of underrepresented topics on Wikipedia, you're in the right place. So, why don't we just go down quickly and introduce ourselves, and then we'll start the presentation. Just maybe a name and a bit about who we are. So I'm Cliff Anderson, longtime Wikipedian. I think I'm just hitting my 20-year anniversary. So there you go. And my day job is a librarian.
Okay, I'm Rosalind Hinton. I've been doing this since 2018, and with Colleen, helped found Women in Religion. And so we're just glad to be here and have this project.
Hi everybody, I'm Wynn, and I'm from Chicago. I'm a retired theology professor, and I've been in Wikipedia since 2019.
I'm Colleen Hartung, and I'm also part of the Women in Religion project. And one of the main things that I do for that project is work on publishing a series of biographies to help overcome the gap in secondary sources about women in religion.
Christine Meyer. I've been editing Wikipedia since 2007. I joined the Women in Religion project in 2020 during the pandemic, and I do lots of stuff.
All right, so what we're going to do today, we really want this to be a discussion. So what we're going to do is we'll focus a little bit on some policy around AI. We've presented on this topic before, so we've kind of been developing our thoughts and ideas. And we really feel like in the last year, a lot has changed in terms of people's perceptions of AI. So we want to also just talk about some documents that have come out that have given expression to maybe some of those changing perceptions. So we'll start there, and then we're going to move into some of the technical work that we've been doing to kind of give this a practical shape, so that we actually are doing something that we hope will address equity issues using AI. And then what we hope will be the longer part of our conversation together, because we have an hour, is a discussion that's going to be led by our panelists, where we're going to ask you questions, and we're going to do poll everywhere. We're going to see the responses as they come in, and then we just want to have short check-ins about where we are. I think we just like to hear what you all think about some of these topics too, because as we say, we're trying to do this for equity purposes, but there's like a whole dialogue about AI that may go in different directions. So we're aware of that, and we're interested to hear your thoughts. Okay, so let's just start, and I'm going to do the policy guidance part. Let's just start with the policy guides. I mean, one thing that if you look up on this article on Wikipedia Artificial Intelligence, you'll find the statement that Wikipedia has no single AI use policy, AI generated content policy, or AI content guideline, etc. So we're still in this period in which there's a lot of openness, and I would say like what's happening right now is that norms are being formed, but they're not actually crystallized as rules yet. So it's a phase of experimentation, and I think you can see some of that happening even at this conference where people are checking in about what they're doing. There is, however, this document that came out in April of 2025, so just this past spring, and it is a guide that's supposed to guide the foundation's efforts, I think until 2028, if I believe so. So it's like a 3-year plan. How many of you have actually read this document or looked at it? Okay, so yeah, okay, good.
I'm one of the co-authors.
You were the co-authors.
So
you really were, yeah. We should invite you up to speak.
No, please.
Well, I mean, I think this is not just because you're here, but it's an extremely helpful document, and it does help to kind of understand where the foundation is going with some of these technologies. And I think that does kind of set a roadmap for us as we think about our own experimentation. One thing I thought I would do, because we want this to be interactive, let's just quickly pass the mic, and let's just say, in like 30 or 45 seconds, what you took away from this document. What was like one thing that when you read it, you thought, oh, that's a cool idea, I want to think about that more. So I'll pass it to you, Rosalind, first.
Okay, I can never do one, I have to do two. One is that I've used some of the tools to help humanity, which is what I am, and I think that's one of the uses they want to have. I've never seen the tool, if there is one, to help new Wikipedians learn Wikipedia. And so maybe it's It's just something I'm using that I didn't realize was an AI thing.
Well, I sort of been ignoring AI. You know, I just continue my researching and writing and haven't been thinking about AI too much. But the other day, I was trying to find a person that I've been assigned to write about, and I couldn't find. I could find bits and pieces about her. Finally, I got the idea. Why don't I ask AI to find her for me? And sure enough, AI find this woman for me, and I got a lot more. So I kind of converted a little bit.
Well, I go back and forth between being converted and horrified. In reading the article, one of the things that concerns, I have two concerns. One is about the prioritizing of knowledge equity. So already on Wikipedia, there are systems that are reflections of a society that already does not value knowledge equity. I mean, Wikipedia basically is a reflection of the culture that we live in. And so if we start deploying AI tools, my fear is it's, you know, that curve, that exponential curve, that we're just gonna go off the charts in terms of the representation of underrepresented groups on Wikipedia. So I have a profound concern about that. And I think the one way for us to address that as Wikipedia is to look at what the actual values are that underlie the whole Wikipedia project. I just think we have to do that. The other thing that I am concerned about is integrity. So we look at verifiability, we look at notability. Okay, so here's another itty word, integrity. And I'm concerned about people using AI, whether it's on Wikipedia or whether it's in the secondary sources that we are working to create, and passing the work of AI off as their own. And it's never as good, I can tell you that, as an editor. It does not have heart, it does not have soul, it doesn't create arguments that change hearts and minds. So I think integrity should be an itty on Wikipedia.
I'm kind of agnostic about AI too. I have my ups and downs as well. You know, back in the beginning when AI started to become more usable, the early versions of ChatGPT, I thought this could really help our goal of knowledge equity, of expanding content about neglected topics and subjects on Wikipedia. But the last few months, I've kind of gone the other way, because you hear a lot of the scary things about AI. And I don't, to tell you the truth, I don't remember if it's in this article, but all the bots that we already use. So Wikipedia has used technology like AI for a long time. I've been editing since 2007, so that was before Visual Editor, and that has made it easier to edit Wikipedia. It's made it easier as an access to Wikipedia, and so I vacillate back and forth. So I think we should, I vacillate back and forth.
Well, thanks everyone, and just to add my, I'll just give one thought from this report, which is I think this idea of cultivating a human-centered AI that really keeps the human in the middle is going to be so important for us as editors, because as you were saying, I think there's really, Colleen, you're emphasizing integrity, which also this report really focuses on, using AI to for looking at the integrity of articles rather than generating articles. I mean, I think that we need to keep human editors front and center. So however AI can help us to do that, that's a positive. So there are other things out there that also kind of give you a sense of where people are with AI. This is totally informal, but there was an attempt to roll out at one point AI-generated summaries as an option you could toggle on. I think it quickly went away. I didn't even catch it, to be honest. and it had this big editor revolt which hit the press, and the leading comment was yuck. And then all kinds of varieties of yuck after that. It's actually kind of fun and go read people's comments about it. I was going to pull it out, but I thought I don't want to highlight any one individual editor's thoughts, but it's fun to read the totality. There's also, I think the Wikimedia Foundation, and maybe you were working on some of these responses, I don't know, I'd be interested to hear, has been submitting responses into human rights contexts about AI, and so there's a document out there, the Wikimedia Foundation submission to the public consultation on freedom of expression, artificial intelligence, which again focuses on this idea of protecting human creators whose work is essential to a healthy information ecosystem. Again, I think framing AI in a human rights perspective is a really interesting way to go about thinking about the ethics of AI. And there's also this very lengthy report. This report, I think, was commissioned before you wrote the document or co-authored the document. I think the bulk of this report was written in 2024, but then released, I believe, in September 2025. So there's a bit of a lag in terms of like the coordination of these documents, I would think. This was done by an outside party called a Human Rights Impact Assessment of the Wikimedia Foundation's AI ML products. And it does go back to, I think, what Christine was saying, that there's been AI running on Wikipedia in various ways for a very long time. If you've ever used something like ORS, for example, which is a system you can turn on to see the scoring of articles, how do they rank in terms of what class of article they are. I use that all the time, and I use it for my own editing, and try to push up my ratings when I'm going, and I think that's really helpful just to get a sense. Although, as this article points out, it could lead to a kind of standardization that might be detrimental depending on what those machines are nudging us towards. So we have to be careful about that. A lot of this report is really focused on the possibility of implicit bias surfacing through these AI tools and guiding editors in directions that, simply reify that bias. There are but I will say that some of the positive things here, you can see here that one of the things that it says that potentially Gen AI could do is to support community initiatives by fine-tuning open source LLMs with more diverse data. And that's one of the things that we're thinking about doing. So good to hear that that's a possibility that others are thinking about too. There's some academic work on this. There's obviously a universal scholarship on Wikipedia, and now talking about Wikipedia and AI. This is an article that I think has been much cited from, I think, faculty at Princeton, that as of 2024, the estimate was that 4.36% of articles on English Wikipedia are AI authored. So the problem is going to grow. I think if you did the study again now, you would see a higher number, but you have to keep in mind that it's not easy to detect AI-generated text, and that there are potential biases there, right? So like, we know that, for example, that when you use like a plagiarism detector and accounting for AI, it often flags people whose native language isn't English as AI written. For whatever reason, that, learning through textbooks, maybe a smaller number of, core language that they're using, and so they get unfairly flagged. And so the question is that true here? The authors are aware of that, but I think it's still something you have to think about. And there's a more recent study, this one done by Denny, I wish someone could help me pronounce his name. Brindishek. I'm doing my best.
As far as I know, that's...
Okay, I appreciate it. So partly co-authored by someone at the foundation, and what's interesting here is that it is looking to see how AI is maybe being used in portions of articles. So not just the whole article being AI generated, with a single prompt, but more likely that someone is actually, for example, taking existing text and then running it through an AI to neutralize the tone. So someone's written something in a non-encyclopedic tone, it's got a kind of slant to it, you run it through this AI, it comes out much more encyclopedic sounding, but that's still AI generated text. Can we detect that? And so the benchmarks in this paper, which are much more detailed, I'd say, than the Princeton paper, are ones that I think as a community we should be looking carefully at. And then of course, there are people who are deeply concerned about what to do with the AI that's popping up all over Wikipedia. So And again, that's made the press. So there's this article that's in the Washington Post: volunteers fight to keep AI slop off Wikipedia. And a researcher at Hugging Face says, we need to ask, where do we want AI? What kind of rules do we want to set for AI-generated knowledge? I think it's really important. I imagine we all agree with that. And there's also a wiki project, AI Cleanup. I don't know, is anyone involved in that? Where they're going out to detect and potentially destroy these articles that pop up. A lot of them, and I think this comes back to the article that I mentioned just a few moments ago. This one, when you look to see, well, maybe it's this one, the principle of why people are doing AI-generated articles. It's actually not that different. It's not necessarily us in this community that's using it to help us edit better. It's the typical reason that people are editing on Wikipedia in the first place, which is they're generating articles about themselves, trying to sell products or whatever else, and it's just, if you're going to make a spam article, why not just ask an AI to do it? Because the whole purpose is just to get your boss's documents or advertise for whatever company you belong to. So AI Cleanup has this really nice list of signs of AI writing, which I think is extremely useful. I'm sure it will change over time, but it's worth consulting. So those are things that are happening in the community that we're aware of. I'm sure there's a lot more going on, even if you just look here at what's happening at the conference. But let's frame some of the stuff that we've done practically, because we've been working on this now for 2 years. Maybe actually even 3.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I was going to say 3.
3 years, yeah. I mean, we really started when ChatGPT came out, and we talked about what we could do. And so where we are now as a project is we're hoping to create stub articles about women in religion that then we can introduce new editors to, and they can take those stubs and begin filling out details. And we think this is a fruitful path for a couple reasons. One is we all know that there's a threshold for new editors to get over to be able to actually edit in Wikipedia, and creating a new article is always a little bit perilous, especially when you're a new editor, because you really have to have notability in place. You have to know how to do the references properly. You have to kind of know what the format of a stub is. And if you get any of those things wrong, sometimes a community member will help you fix it. Other times they'll just say, mark for deletion. And we've seen that, of course. So we're hoping that when we introduce new editors, that we give them some material to work on that's already there. So in order to do this, we thought, well, what if we pull together sources for various women that we think are notable, and we put them into an AI, and we just ask that AI to generate a stub. But we didn't want to just do any old off-the-shelf AI, because we thought our experience has been that the results are really mixed, and it does hallucinate a lot. So we started by creating a stub data set. The idea here, and this is open on Hugging Face if you want to look at it, was the group would go out and collect stub articles that already exist about women in religion, and then put together a data set that shows a question like, create a stub article about this woman, and then the corresponding stub. So this is actually what's called a synthetic data set, in the sense that we started the stubs, and then we generated the questions using an LLM. So that's what's called synthetic data. But the idea was to bootstrap a data set that would be good prompts that would produce good stubs. So that's up there. And then we use that data set to fine-tune a model. In this case, we're looking at fine-tuning one of the OpenAI models, but our goal is to have this actually fine-tune one of the open models rather than a closed-source model. But the notion was we take the data set that we have, and then we use that, it's about, 200 or so on the data set, something like that, to fine-tune a model that then knows how to produce the stubs in the way that we want the stubs to be seen. I will say that one of the challenges here is when you start digging into what stubs look like, I think you probably all, this is obvious in retrospect, they're all over the map in terms of what they actually, what a stub is. There's no ideal time form of the stub. And so again, with that idea of AIs making things more standardized, one of the goals that we have to make this fine-tuning process better is to standardize the stubs that we pulled out. So we're going to have to edit those stubs to make them more uniform, because you can't tell an AI to produce a stub and evaluate it unless the stubs have a kind of uniform quality to them. So they're all, this is a question like we're kind of reducing diversity in order to make the machine be able to predict better or do that inference better. We're also using a technique called retrieval augmented generation. Is this familiar to you all? I don't want to explain this if you know it, but just in brief, the idea here is we've got a fine-tuned model now. It knows how to make stubs, but it knows nothing about the content of what we want to make a stub about. So in order for it to have authoritative sources, for it to generate a stub that actually has references that are real, then we give it a database of articles that are the kind of articles that can support the notability of the woman in question, and we ask it to use that database to produce the stub. And so retrieval augmented generation, I'm just showing you some code here. There's some out-of-the-box toolkits you can use for this type of technique. The devil is really in the details here. The theory is easy, the actual execution is hard, as we've discovered, because what it needs to be able to do is, you say, write a stub about this particular woman, and then it will go to the sources it's provided and pull out snippets that it thinks will support that stub, and then put them into the stub article. The problem is, it tends to pull out like things that you would say, I don't think that's what I would lead with in my stub. And for example, we were writing about a particular woman, and it kept saying like, she was a member of Mensa, and it was like it just repeatedly came back to this point, and we all thought, well, that's great, but that's really not establishing notability in the way that we think about it. So, but clearly for the LLM, that was a really notable fact. So it really couldn't resist. And then we're building an application. Again, this is going to be on Hugging Face. It's not released yet, but the idea would be we want to just package this in a really easy way for people to use. So you would be able to just go to this website, click on upload button, upload whatever articles or documents or PDFs or videos, whatever you're going to use to support the notability of a particular woman. And then it would use our fine-tuned LLM and produce the stub as an output. So that's hopefully coming soon. That's what we're actively working on. So let me pause there because that's policy and practice. And now we're going to get into discussion. But before we get into discussion, are there any questions about anything that we talked about at sort of the policy or technical level that you'd like to follow up on?
Can I just say one thing?
Yeah.
That and probably it's because we really haven't gotten to a conversation yet about do we have agreement among us. I would say that what the end product isn't necessarily something that we would put on Wikipedia. I think of it as a draft. We have to go and check the sources, and if there are quotes in there, are those quotes there, and are they on the page that it says that it is. So I think of it more as a draft than a final product.
Yeah, that's a great point. I don't think we would ever put anything directly on Wikipedia without doing that process. But the good thing with the stub is that in general it's fairly easy to go check your sources.
Exactly.
So hopefully it will still speed up the process.
Right, totally, 100%. And besides, who knows what it will be like in a year or 2 years? We don't know. But right now, I definitely think of it as a draft. And also, I might into the future too, because I feel really strongly as an editor, if somebody uses a source, puts a source, a citation, and a page number, I want to know they've actually cracked that gosh darn book, that they've opened it up and they've read it. Yeah.
I think this is a perfect lead into our conversation, so you can see we're eager for the discussion. So here's what we'd like to do, and let's really hope this works. This is a QR code you can scan, but I'm gonna hope it appears here, and it did. Okay, wonderful. So please scan this, and we're gonna then ask a series of questions, and I'm gonna pass the mic, and each one of us has got questions that are assigned that will lead you through. And I'll just try to keep an eye on the time so that we don't run over time, but we've actually got plenty of time. So just let me know, maybe show of hands if you've connected. Is it working for you? Okay, I don't want to move off until people come connected, but it looks like most of us have. Okay? All right, Rosalind, I'm going to pass the mic to you because I think you're leading the first question.
right. I'm curating the first one. How often do you use AI in your daily work? And so, well, what I'm trying to do is not be in front of this. So, so it's only 9% balanced. Daily, and
We're not
I
seeing
don't
the-
use it daily.
There's one more.
Is there one more?
Yeah.
Do you have one more?
There is, but I'm not 100% sure how to get down there.
Oh, Seymour.
It says Seymour, but
Do you have that on yours?
Should be there.
you would think.
There, you're about to hit it? No?
No, because see, it's not showing right here.
Okay.
Maybe somebody could just hit it on theirs and tell us what it is.
Yeah, if somebody could just shout out what the bottom question was.
Multiple times a day.
Multiple times a day, more than daily, but multiple times a day. And how many is that? What is in there?
We don't see the results.
You don't
Probably
see
like
the
20%.
results? Ah.
There's nobody that uses it more than one time a day.
Can you do the scroll bar down?
Yeah,
On the
so
side?
that's what we're trying to figure out. Let's see if we can.
Okay.
It's 80, so 20% is left.
Good, a mathematician. So, I think most of us are, I'm starting to use it daily because it's the first thing that comes up in a query. And you have to really work hard to scroll down to not use it. But the other day I used it to see where the 7 line went. And it told me it would go to 53rd and 5th, and it doesn't. It goes to 42nd and 7th. Which was fine, but it just wasn't true. And so this is kind of the bottom line why you have to check everything that's AI at this point in AI's history. Also, many of us, people who are using it rarely, is there a reason? Does somebody want to mention? I don't want to call out anybody who doesn't want to speak. But is there distrust? Yes.
And I'm going to run around the mic just so folks online can hear.
Hello. So like some stuff that I write, I sometimes I use AI. AI is really good at summarizing what I already said, but I'm working with a lot of people, and so sometimes I'll ask for a solution and it'll just like make things up that are not correct, or like it won't. And then I'll like think of something like in the shower or something, and I'll be like, oh, I came up. So I call my I call him Chatty. So I tell Chatty, I'm like, hey, like I thought of this thing in the shower, and Chatty's like, oh, that's so great, you did an amazing job, and I'm like, yeah, because I told you the idea.
Anybody else have, especially daily or multiple users? How are you using it? Yes.
I use AI of some sort daily, but not necessarily LLMs. But like a lot of my work is focused on building AI detection tools for students that are editing Wikipedia lately, and then also just trying to like understand AI text coming into Wikipedia and like kind of what AI is capable of and what we need to like how to understand the thread as it evolves. But
what are you
I
detecting
hate LLMs.
What are you detecting for?
Detecting for cases where students have used an LLM to generate text that they're putting into Wikipedia. So for like a Wikipedia editing assignment, they'll have some kind of scaffolding things where they're like doing an evaluation of an existing article or some other task, and students with any writing task increasingly are turning to AI, and they don't have a clear mental model of like how LLMs work or like the rate at which they hallucinate, and it basically like means that they're in good faith putting bad information on Wikipedia. So the idea is to catch that as early as possible and like give them some context and say, hey, please don't put anything that came out of an AI generation tool into Wikipedia. And
without checking it first,
Yeah.
at least, what we're saying. Yeah. What about anybody else? Does anybody else want to give us some ideas? If you're using it daily or multiple times a day, maybe it's your job. Yes.
I'll do, oh, thank you. I do some writing, so I'll use it as a thesaurus, and sometimes it'll give, you know, some interesting options for words, just a quick way. And then another thing similar to you, I'll do some research for the library on individuals who are less well known. After I've exhausted, I just can't find anything. Most of the time, it won't give me anything. A couple of times, it's given me some local articles that have been super helpful. And then I enjoy studying French, so I'll just talk to it in French and it'll reply and give me new words and stuff, and that's a lot of fun. And I think it's like a harmless kind of way to use it. It's been fun.
Thank you. I'm going to try that.
Okay.
Do you want to go to the next question?
Yeah, I think now we figured out a way to get everything showing, so that's good. Let's see if we can continue this. So the next question, and let's see, I may have to activate it, I think. So let me just do that. Right. Here we go. Okay.
Well, that's the first one.
That's the first one.
There we go.
Yeah.
So.
Is this active, and folks? Can you respond to this one? Yeah. Okay. Got it. Good. Okay.
Okay, somebody must have
Someone activated it. You got there, so that's good.
Okay.
And I guess we have some folks online. I hope that they're connected to this too. Is it showing online? All right. Why don't you take it away, Rosalind?
Well, I mean, the largest is correcting wiki syntax, which is kind of a simple thing, and I have some friends too who have done that to improve the quality of their article when they've gotten in arguments. And so I find that's been very helpful to one of our colleagues. Carol used that. Anybody want to talk about some of their other? I think I'm curious about translating, because when we were in Africa at Wikimedia, they were spending more times correcting the large language models than they were having. It was just easier to translate, with somebody who knew Swahili. So I don't know if that's, maybe it's better at Spanish and French than German, maybe first kind of northern languages. Anybody want to talk about any of these? I'm curious also about other. Yes.
Thank you so much about that. So honestly, translating is really helpful to use large language models because sometimes in the text they use phrasal verbs, they use idioms, and if you use just Google Translate, they don't understand that information about phrasal verbs, about idioms, and in a document, in a file. And when I'm using AI, so they hey, what do you mean about this? And oh, this is an idiom, or this is a phrasal verb, and they're gonna explain you that, so you will understand more easier, you understand it easier than the document or the file that you're reading. So that's very helpful, I guess, about phrasal verbs and idioms in a file. Yeah, thank you.
Anybody else want to comment here? I think summarizing, I've noticed, is pretty good. sometimes, but then I use it on Zoom, which is an AI product, I guess, and the meat of an intense conversation on abortion rights doesn't necessarily get in, or the visioning of a program you want to take somewhere doesn't get in the AI. You have to go to the complete translation. It's not a translation, it's the document that is doing it word by word. Anybody else wanna? Can it adjudicate quality if it's the thing we need to watch for? Who thinks that that's? Would somebody like to speak to that? Here you go.
Sure, I think I marked that one. And I was thinking this in terms of things that we could develop special purpose AI for, as opposed to things that we should use existing general purpose AI tools for. In which case I would say like none of these. But like, I can imagine some workflows where like we have some specific aspects of quality that are easy for an LLM to do okay with, including things like readability and grammar.
Yeah.
That kind of thing is an element of quality that has to date been hard for us to kind of quantify and like operationalize. But that's like where LLM's strong suit is, even if it's not necessarily telling us like what to change about it. It might give a good sense for whether or not it's too complex for readers, for example. There.
We also had someone back.
I picked correcting wikis syntax, but something close to adjudicating quality that I wish AI could do. I think we planned an edit-a-thon with an organization in my city, and they gave us a list of 500 people that they thought we could write entries about. And so it was like picking from a haystack, is this person notable? And then doing a bunch of research. So if AI could like send me a signal that it thinks maybe there's enough sources for this one, then that would cut my prep time down. But it wouldn't be writing, right? It would be a kind of filter.
Hi, I work for the foundation in the product and tech department, and one of my teams actually is working on AI, and they just recently launched a tool that's called Tone Check that essentially tells someone while they're writing text whether or not it's a neutral point of view violation, and doesn't give them suggestions on how to make it better, but it tells them, hey, there might be something wrong here, you might want to look at it, and you can say yes or no to whether or not, like, you might actually add a citation, and it's okay to say awesome, right? But in this case, it just prompts you to review, and I think that's a really valid quality check there, and there's a lot of other checks that we could do in that matter too, so if you have ideas for what other quality issues there are, please come talk to me. I'm happy to think through that. It's the idea is that we add as many checks as possible to help you all with reducing the patrolling backlogs.
Great.
You're bringing up something that we've encountered because we work with the University of Nairobi with about 25 students with women in religion. And there is a cultural issue of honoring their ancestors. And so if they're going to write about them, it's not necessarily in a neutral language. And I think they need to, it is an encyclopedia, they're writing in English, not Swahili, so they probably need to follow the conventions. But it's an interesting to wonder about other cultural biases and how we protect the minorities and not just go, because AI aggregates and to get a tone. And so it's aggregating towards the majority. And maybe in this one case of tone check, it sounds okay to me because we kind of worked with them, and they started to pull out some of the adjectives. But I wonder sometimes about AI aggregating to the majority and what happens.
So I think we'll transition to our next question. Thank you, Rosalind. Pauline? So let's just test it.
Okay, what one word best describes the potential impact of AI on the Wikimedia ecosystem? All right. So while you're doing that, I'm going to say really quick, my first response, my gut response was catastrophic. Yeah. And then my second response was possibility. Catastrophe, because of the whole homogenization, dehumanization, integrity, all kinds of things. But possibility. The reason we got into this to begin with was the issue of bias on Wikipedia. And the fact that those of us representing writing about underrepresented communities, we will never catch up. We will never catch up. And all these tech people, they are using AI, and that curve is going to go off things. So, catastrophe, yes. Possibility, yes, also. I mean, no choice to engage. All right, so is this everything? We have slop, a lot of slop, unclear, devastating, catastrophe, challenge, creativity, risky, invasive. Okay, so boring. Okay, creativity. Let's start with a positive one. Is the creativity person in the room? Maybe not. You don't want to own it.
It could be online.
Could be online. Okay.
Can someone talk about slop? Because that's kind of a new word for me.
Well, but let's look for something positive there. Lack and clear. Boring is the next closest positive thing.
Oh, I have
Oh, challenge. Okay. Oh, you have one? Good.
I have one for creativity.
So sometimes you can, when you're writing, you can get into like, the, what is it called? Writer's block. So if you just needed something like maybe a different word to use, because sometimes it can get repetitive to use the same word over and over, like, using like a thesaurus. So yeah, it can be for that. I think that's kind of a creative way to use it.
Yeah, possibility. All right, we'll come back to possibilities. Okay, let's go to slop. What is the slop thing? Because it seems like it's a actual thing. It's just not like, oh my God, this is slop. Slop is an actual thing, yay or nay?
It's the new buzzword, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I'll take a shot at defining slop. Slop is anything that was produced with AI without taking a lot of care about it being good. So slop is filling up your Facebook feed with AI-generated images that generate clicks, but that nobody actually cares about the content of. And same thing with text, generating text that superficially meets the need and fills a niche, but that no one has cared enough about to care in the ways that it's failing and bad.
Right, I think that's great. I think it's a developing concept, important, actually. All right, somebody else want to talk about catastrophe? I'll say one more thing about catastrophe that I think the foundation should be careful of, is it used to be the first thing that popped up was, if you did a Google search, was Wikipedia. And not anymore.
Yeah.
It's AI, but you click on the links and they go to Wikipedia. I have friends who donate to Wikipedia because it was the first thing. It's still the first thing, only AI is co-opting it, and Wikipedia's gonna lose donations. I think that's catastrophic. Challenge. Anybody want to speak to challenge? Does anybody want to speak to your work? Because we're all in the realm of critique here.
I can speak to challenge. So for me, I'm a teacher, and I try for my students to test generative AI to see if it can be used for research work, including Wikipedia work, research work. Of course, the challenge is that the bots are pretty limited. Let's call them limited for the moment. And so it's actually a lot of work to work with them and produce something good if you're not an expert on a variety of things, like the content and then how to use the bot and then Wikipedia policy. So in a way, I would definitely call it a huge learning curve challenge. If you're an amateur editor using generative AI to create Wikipedia content, that is the challenge. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah. It's just a conversation. Risky. Go.
I chose risky because it's not, like, I'm not sure where it could go, right? What you were discussing right now about like the possibility of using it as like a tone check, that sounds fantastic, right? Or if it if it were to remind you like, hey, you added this sentence, but you don't have a citation. Maybe you should add a citation with this text you're trying to add, Like that kind of usage sounds positive to me, and it might benefit, right, the encyclopedia. But I feel like how it is right now, this Wild West kind of world we're living in with AI, I feel like most people lack the literacy to use it effectively, and that's why, it could go, I feel like it's going one way where it could be detrimental, right? But there's so much possibility that perhaps we could use it in a responsible, ethical way, and that would be great, right? So just like leaving it up to the unknown and seeing like where we can guide this. Yeah.
All right, we've got time for just 2 more questions here. I'm going to pass it to Christine, right?
Okay.
There you go.
Is it possible to craft a human-centered ethical AI policy for Wikimedia projects? We've kind of already talked about this. And what Colleen's talked about, integrity, I think, is a...
Well, that's hopeful.
Yes, or maybe. Yeah. And that is very hopeful. Very hopeful.
Nobody said no.
Nobody said no. We're all hopeful people.
I'm actually surprised.
I am too. I want to hear people talk about it.
Yeah, why did you not say no?
Oh, right there. Oh.
I think because AI is already out there and it's already being kind of embraced in many ways on different levels. So I think it's important that there is a policy so that, it doesn't turn into slop or people not using it in a way that, can actually help the, quality in any way of the other things that have been mentioned earlier. So,
Yeah, I mean, we have to deal with it. It's life. It's a part of our life now. And the thing that gives me hope about Wikipedia and the Wikimedia movement is that, okay, the internet has become a cesspool, right, for disinformation. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And Wikipedia is the last place that hasn't been touched by that. And so, in order to keep it that way, we need to set, the government isn't going to put regulations on AI. At least not now, maybe later. But we can still make sure that we put those protections in place to keep Wikipedia the human-centered project that it is. So there's hope, because all of us here. Who said maybe? I think that would be. I don't have my phone with me. I would say that.
Yeah, I said maybe. I think I'm not the most literate person with AI, and I generally try to avoid it's being shoved, kind of down our throats, and I try to circumvent it wherever I can, because what is often being shoved down our throats is sort of a corporate-run AI technology, which is, in some ways, as we're seeing with developments around the world politically, fundamentally at odds with freedom of information. It's a lot of the values of the Wikimedia community and other communities. So I think as long as there are open source AI initiatives and nonprofits. So I think that we're in a wild west, as someone said. So like I think that like the first speaker over on the other end of the row said, like there could be some real positive impacts, but I think it's sort of like a wild west right now, and so it's hard to say. I think anything, or at least from my perspective, like definitively, like what the right thing to do is at this point.
I think we'll get this question. Here's our last question, which is more just a pulse check.
So how do you feel about the use of AI on Wikipedia projects? I think I'd like to hear from you before I tell my own story.
Oh, look how it's doing it.
Did you get kind of like a punch on the gut?
It's all in the middle. Look at that. We're like, okay. Oh. No one's really happy yet?
Yeah, I think this question is really hard, isn't it? Because
I think
you
that's
know
pretty good.
that you need to do it, but at the same time, it's hard. You don't know. It's you have to be so careful, and there's so many risky things in it, and so much caution you have to put. And it's hard to, like they were saying, it's hard to detect what is AI and what is not. So what do you think? What did you answer? Who answered the red?
Hi, so I answered in the red. I'm a bit of a pessimist. Well, there's numerous concerns I have, but one of them is copyright. Wikipedia takes copyright very seriously, and several authors have sued ChatGPT and other chatbots over what they regard as theft over their work. If there's some sort of judgment against ChatGPT, that would be a massive cleanup and could tarnish Wikipedia's reputation.
That's a great point.
Good point.
Someone got like off to the side. I don't know what that is.
Out of the box.
Yeah, this out of the box thing.
So what did you answer?
I was in the middle. I guess, more or less like you said, wanting to be hopeful, but I really have no idea. Although I very much agree with what you said about Wikipedia being a human-centered project, so the hope really comes, I think, summarizing what you already said, from seeing all these people at the conference and knowing somebody's going to come up with something that works and make it work, I think, is the takeaway.
Oh, sorry.
I would like to say.
Okay.
Anybody else? What did you?
Like to say something.
Okay.
You know, going to Wikimedia in Nairobi, I realized that the North can learn a lot from the South. And I don't think most people in the North have a proclivity to listening to the South. But it's so innovative about communal challenges and trying to help people better their daily lives, not just gearing it towards rich people and shopping or something like that. And so I hope that we start to look more at some of the innovations we saw in Nairobi. for small language models. And one guy just said, he said, I don't want to do janitorial work for large language models anymore. I want to do my own projects. So that's a little bit of the hope I'm seeing.
And I think we need to close there
Okay.
because we are right at 5:30. So just thank you, everybody. I think it's been a really rich and rewarding
Yay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, ladies.
Sorry, I thought that
It is 5:30, perfect.
Thank you for your work.
Oh yeah, no, this is so great. I'm so glad that you're, embracing the change and trying to make it work just like us. It's very